You are aware, under Article 119(1) of the Constitution, and I quote, every person has a right to petition Parliament to consider any matter within its authority, including enacting, amending, or repealing any legislation. So, Speaker, sir, the salient issues raised in the petition are, 1, that the Kenya Union of Clinical Officers, KUCO, is a duly registered trade union mandated to present and champion the interests of all clinical officers in Kenya. Further, the Clinical Officers Council is a statutory body established under Clinical Officers Act number 20 of 2017 to regulate the training, registration, licensing, and practice of clinical officers and their facilities. That clinical officers are highly trained health professionals providing essential services across all levels of care in both public and private sectors, with over 30,000 registered practitioners and more than 1,000 facilities previously contracted under National Health Insurance Fund, NHIF. So, Speaker, sir, that the Ministry of Health, the Council of Governors, and Social Health Authority have engaged in acts of discrimination, administrative interference, and violation of clinical officers' practicing rights, including 1, excluding KUCO and clinical officers from key policy discussion and labor negotiations to the treatment of other health sector unions. Number 2, Mr. Speaker, denying empowerment and contracting of clinical officer office-run facilities under SHA, despite their legal accreditation, thereby limiting access to care for thousands of Kenyans and undermining the objectives of social health insurance. Number 3, Mr. Speaker, coercing clinical officers to seek double licensure from Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Council, KMPDC, for their facilities contrary to the law, resulting in extortion and regularized corruption. Mr. Speaker, removing specialized clinical officer pre-authorization rights, disrupting service delivery, and causing patients to suffer delays and increase out-of-pocket costs. Mr. Speaker, that the universal health coverage USC staff and clinical officers in turns are faced unfair and discriminatory terms of service, including delaying postings and inadequate remuneration, in violation of principles of fair labor practices and right to equal pay for equal work. That the county governments have failed to adopt and implement the approved career guidelines for clinical officers, which are important for transparent recruitment, promotion, and career progression, thereby undermining motivation, retention, and professional standards in the public service sector. So, Speaker, sir, that following a strike lasting 99 days under county governments and 121 days under the Ministry of Health, the union and employers, Ministry of Health and county governments, entered into return to work formula, work agreement, RTWA, as directed by the Employment and Labor Relations Court. However, despite the union's efforts to follow up and expedite the implementation of this agreement, employers, especially county governments, have remained adamant and have not fulfilled the applications under the Return to Work Agreement. That the petitioners have made the best efforts to have matters addressed by relevant authorities, including Ministry of Health, all of which have failed to give a satisfactory response. That none of the issues raised in this petition are pending before any court of law, a constitutional or a legal body. Consequently, the petitioners pray that the Senate intervenes on this matter with a view to making recommendations that, Mr. Speaker, sir, that SHA, the Social Health Authority Board, ends the discrimination and exclusion of clinical officers by empaneling all clinical officers registered by the Clinical Officers Council and reinstating pre-authorization rights to clinical officers as resolved by the Ministry of Health and the Council of Governors in order to alleviate the sufferings on out-of-pocket costs to Kenyans. Number 2, Mr. Speaker, the Return to Work Agreement, RTWA, between the union and employers, Ministry of Health, and 47 county governments is fully implemented. Prayer number 3, Mr. Speaker, sir, the Ministry of Health promptly posts all clinical officers due for internship and harmonizes their payments in accordance with the reference of Public Service Commission circular. And final prayer, Mr. Speaker, sir, is that the contracts under universal health coverage staff immediately be converted to permanent and pensionable terms, P&P, in compliance with the relevant provisions of the law. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Now, honorable senators, Senator Karen Nyamu, you're becoming notorious in defying the standing orders, and that should be your last warning, Senator. Honorable senators, pursuant to Standing Order 238-1, I commit the petition to the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare. And in terms of Standing Order 238-2A, the committee is required in not more than 60 calendar days from the time of reading this prayer, which is today, to table its report in the Senate for consideration. The Senate shall thereafter consider and adopt the report of the committee. I thank you. Next order.
Order number 5, papers. Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Statement pursuant to Standing Order 52-1, Senator Hamida Kibwana.
Mr. Speaker, can I approach the bench? It's under 53. I realize both are under 53, not 52.
Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, my first statement is regarding the implementation of the Senate resolution on the promotion of mental health facilities for mothers, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Health on a matter of national concern regarding the status of implementation of the Senate resolution on the promotion of mental health facilities for mothers. Mr. Speaker, sir, World Mental Health Day is commemorated annually on 7th May and seeks to raise awareness of mental health challenges that occur during the perinatal period, defined as time from pregnancy through to 2 years after childbirth. During this critical period, many women and indeed families face serious mental health conditions such as perinatal and postpartum depression, psychological distress following stillbirth, and anxiety disorders, Mr. Speaker. The studies show that 1 in 5 women and 1 in 10 women and 10 men experience depression or anxiety during the perinatal period, posing a serious threat to parenting, bonding, and family well-being. Yet, due to stigma and systematic gaps in our health systems, these issues then go undiagnosed and untreated. In the statement, the committee should address the following. Number 1, appraise the Senate on the status of implementation of the Senate resolution on the motion, promotion of the mental health facilities for mothers who have just given birth and are experiencing mental health issues, which was adopted by the House on 10th November 2022. Number 2, plans and activities being undertaken by the Ministry of Health and county governments to commemorate World Maternal Mental Health Day and promote public awareness around perinatal mental health. Number 3, highlight availability and accessibility of maternal mental health services at public health facilities, including the presence of trained professionals, counseling infrastructure, and referral systems. And number 4, steps being taken to combat stigma and increase community education around perinatal mental health, including support for both mothers and fathers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have one more statement on quality of airline services on African flight routes by international carriers. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Roads, Transportation and Housing on a matter of international concern regarding the inconsistent quality of in-flight service and passenger experience by certain international airlines operating flights to and from African destinations, including Kenya. Mr. Speaker, sir, I recently had the opportunity to travel on multiple international carriers, including Egypt Air and Turkish Airlines, flying from Nairobi to various destinations across Europe and the Americas. I observed concerning disparity in service quality, both in business and economy class, and on the African legs of these flights compared to the standards maintained on the Europe and North America segments of the same airlines. Specifically, the African segments exhibited lower standards in the areas such as cabin cleanliness, meal quality, in-flight entertainment, staff responsiveness, and overall attention of the passenger to comfort and dignity. These discrepancies are increasingly being reported by other African travelers and raise critical concerns about discriminatory service practices, double standards, and the possible undermining of consumer rights for African passengers. Mr. Speaker, sir, the situation is not only just to African travelers, many of who pay premium fares for international flights, but also damages Kenya's standing as a regional aviation hub and tourist destination. The principle of non-discrimination in service provision must apply uniformly, regardless of the flight origin or destination. Mr. Speaker, Kenya and African passengers deserve equitable, dignified, and high-quality service when they board international flights, regardless of which continent they are departing from and flying to. I urge the committee to treat this matter with the seriousness it deserves and ensure this House is duly informed on the way forward. In the statement, the committee should address the following. Number one, measures the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority, KCAA, and other relevant agencies have put in place to address this service disparity by international airlines operating flights to and from Kenya. Number two, guidelines or agreements in place to ensure uniform service standards and passengers' experience by international carriers, regardless of route, geography, excuse me, and whether there are collaborations with the African or regional bodies to advocate for fair treatment of African passengers or international flights. Number three, remedial measures that could be pursued to engage airlines like Egypt Air and Turkish Airlines, among others, or concerns or inconsistent and potentially discriminatory service on African routes. Finally, Kenya's consumer protection mechanisms, aviation, to address complaints of poor or unequal service by international airlines. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Omtata. Their statement is dropped. Statement pursuant to Standing Order 56-1B, the Chairperson Standing Committee on Information, Communication and Technology. So that statement is deferred to next week. The Chairperson Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights. That statement is also deferred. The Chairperson Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare.
for giving me the opportunity to read this statement. A statement relating to the activities of the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare for the period between 11th February 2025 to 30th April 2025, pursuant to Standing Order 56, 1B of the Senate Standing Orders. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 56, 1B of the Standing Orders to make a statement relating to the activities of the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare for the periods between February and April 2025. Honorable Speaker, during the period under review, the committee held a total of 23 sittings, during which it considered 72 statements, 2 bills, and 4 petitions. Following the reconstitution of the committees and reorganizing of the extensive nature of its mandate, the committee conducted a working, planning, and inductive retreat to effectively integrate newly appointed members and ensure continuity in its operations. Additionally, the committee conducted extensive stakeholders engagements with the ministries and agencies under its oversight, particularly during the consideration of 2025 budget policy statement. BPS attached to this statement is schedule of legislative business currently before the committee, Appendix 1. Honorable Speaker, during the period under review, the committee received 15 statements addressing concerns on labor, rights violations, assignments, and delays in pension and statutory benefits, poor public sector, human resource practices, and inadequate enforcement of social protection laws. The committee engaged relevant stakeholders to provide details, responses which were circulated to the respective sectors for their consideration. Honorable Speaker, during the period under review, the petition was submitted concerning the failure of Kenya Breweries Limited, Raplan, and Cetran Advocates, and Harrison Kinyanjui Advocate to pay compensation awarded to the petitioners. The committee reviewed the petition relating to the enforcement of judgment in HCCC number 279 of 2003. Following the review, the committee convened sittings which the relevant law firms and the advocates complaints commission. To ensure accountability, the committee recommended that the advocates complaints commission undertake several critical actions, including requesting the requesting the Commission disbursement records from Kenya Breweries Limited, convening hearings with the involved law firms, assessing complainee with legal, ethical, and fundatory stance, and examining the High Court records to address any discrepancies or unresolved matters. The committee emphasized the urgency of the matter and required an interim progress report within 14 days to ensure family and effective resolution. The committee remains seized of petition and carried over from the previous sessions, namely the multi-payment of earning between the Maziwa Sacco during the former employees of KCC Limited, the winding up and liquidation of the Technical University of Kenya, staff recruitment and benefits scheme, and petition concerning the persons with invisible disability, and able report on the same efforts completion. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee is currently undertaking 3 inquiries as follows: the welfare of Kenya immigrant workers, the payment of one honorarium to former councillors, and an inquiry into the fate of candidates shortlisted under the diaspora jobs programs administered by Ministry of Labor and Social Protection. The committee has scheduled meetings with the concerned institutions. Mr. Speaker, sir, the inquiry on the fate of candidates shortlisted under the diaspora job program administered by the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection raises grave concerns of unethical recruitment processes impending Kenyan citizens, both domestically and abroad. The committee has prioritized gathering, finishing accounts to fully understand the matter accordingly. The committee convened meetings with the affected job seekers and will further engage the recruitment agencies, the National Employment Authority, and the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection. Through these engagements, the committee will take recommendations aimed at rectifying challenges and preventing recurrence in future. Honorable Speaker, for the next quarter, the committee will prioritize the following areas within the mandate: protection of workers, aid and enforcement of their labor and practices, including addressing labor exploitation, migrant workers' welfare, and unethical recruitment practices under the diaspora jobs program, management and resolution of pension and schemes, payment of terminal dues, and unremitted salary deductions for employees of state corporations, county governments, and other affected institutions. Strengthening of public sector's human resource management, including staff, recruitment, promotions, and measures of eliminating ghost workers, and ensure transparency and microtransparency. Oversight of social protection programs, including the administration of welfare initiatives such as the Inua Jamii program and the protection of vulnerable population, and enhancement of reports development policies with focus on promoting alternative reports and improving sports talent management at the county and national levels. Honorable Speaker, I wish to thank your office and office of the clerk of the Senate for continued support accorded to the committee in executing its mandate. I also wish to thank the members of the committee for their diligent decision and valuable contributions to the activities of the committee. Thank you. I submit.
Statements pursuant to Standing Order 57-1. The Senate Majority Leader.
That will commence on the 13th of May 2025. Before I proceed with this statement, let me take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to welcome honorable senators back from the short recess. I hope honorable senators took time to rest, spend time with family and friends, reconnect with their constituents, and rejuvenate yourselves for part 3 of the 4th session. I hope they noted the order of those activities, Mr. Speaker. It was quite intentional how they are scripted. While some progress, Mr. Speaker, was made in part 2 of the session, which saw Senate pass 7 bills, we still have a long way to go in processing legislative business. The current status of business pending before the Senate includes 52 bills, of which 40 are the second reading stage and 12 that are the committee of the whole. 23 motions are pending conclusion, 26 petitions are pending conclusion, out of which 17 are due for reporting by the respective standing committees. Mr. Speaker, sir, there are also 457 statements that have been sought pursuant to Standing Order number 53-1 and are being considered by our various committees. Therefore, from the above, it is evident that a considerable amount of business remains before us. As we approach the halfway point in the session, I urge honorable senators to be present in the chamber to transact business as scheduled in the order paper. Additionally, I implore standing committees to expedite their consideration of pending business and table their reports pursuant to the standing orders. Mr. Speaker, sir, on Tuesday, the 13th of May 2025, the SBC will meet to consider the business for the week. The tentative business for that day will include business not concluded from today's order paper, as well as the business indicated in the notice paper. The tentative business for morning sitting on Wednesday, 14th May 2025 will include the schedule of questions to the Cabinet Secretary, as well approved by the Senate Business Committee, as well as motions. The questions schedule include the following. A, question 57 to the CS for Labor,
Question 65 to the CS for MSMEs. Question 78 to the same CS. Question number 22 by Senator Ojenda to the CS for Health. Number 30 to the CS for Health, as well as question number 32 and 23, all to the Cabinet Secretary in charge of Health. The tentative business for that afternoon sitting, which is the 14th of May 2025, will include any business that will not have been concluded from the order paper for Tuesday, 13th May 2025. Bills that are the second reading, which include the County Government State Officers Removal from Office Procedure Bill, County Governments Amendment Bill, Labour Migration Management Bill, Street Naming and Property Addressing System Bill. Then the following bills are Committee of the Whole, ECD, E-Bill, Local Content, Street Vendors, Cooperative Societies Amendment Act, Public Fundraisings Appeals Bill, the Heritage and Museums Bill, the Environment Laws Amendment Bill, County Library Services Bill, the Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill. The projected business for Thursday, the 15th of May 2025, will include business that has not been concluded on the Wednesday order paper and any other business scheduled by the SBC. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and do hereby lay this statement on the table of the Senate. I thank you.
Now, honorable senators, at this juncture, allow me to rearrange today's order paper, and that is for the convenience of the House. We will move to order number 9. Once we are concluded on that particular order, we will come back to take comments on the statements that have been sought. Clerk, proceed to call that order.
Order number 9, motion. Report of the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the fourth basis for allocating the share of national revenue among counties.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that the Senate adopts the report of the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the fourth basis for allocating the share of national revenue among counties laid on the table of this Senate on Thursday, 17th April 2025, and that pursuant to Article 2171 of the Constitution approves the fourth basis for allocating the share of national revenue among counties for financial year 2025-2026 to financial year 2029-2030. County as follows. County allocation, which is equals to, into bracket, baseline allocation ratio times 387.425 billion, close the bracket, plus into brackets 0.45 of population index, 0 plus 0.35 equal share index, plus 0.12 poverty index, plus 0.08 geographical land size, that is times any additional county equal share above the baseline. Whereas baseline refers to 387 billion being the equitable share for the financial year 2024-2025. Baseline allocation ratio refers to the allocation factor derived from each county's allocation for the financial year 2024-2025. The population index is based on 2019 Kenya population and housing census. The poverty index is based on 2022 Kenya poverty report by Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. The geographical size refers to the land water mass within the particular county, and the allocation under this parameter is capped at 10%. Mr. Speaker, Article 2171 of the Constitution of Kenya provides that once every 5 years, the Senate shall, by resolution, determine the basis for allocating among the counties the state or the share of national revenue that is annually allocated to county level of government. Further, Article 2161 of the Constitution provides that
Principal function of the Commission on Revenue Allocation is to make recommendations concerning the basis of sharing national and county, nationally raised revenue between the national and county governments. And Mr. Speaker, owing to this provision, CRA forwarded recommendations to Parliament for consideration and approval. And pursuant to provisions of the Constitution, CRA submitted their recommendation on the fourth basis to the Senate, and the same was laid on the table of the Senate 12th of February 2025. Thereafter, it was committed to the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget. Mr. Speaker, sir, pursuant to Article 1181B and 2172 of the Constitution, the committee is required to facilitate public participation, consult with the Cabinet Secretary responsible for Finance, Council of Governors, and other stakeholders and professional bodies. Mr. Speaker, Section 81A of the Public Finance Management Act requires that the committee, upon collecting and considering the views of the public, to present to the Senate proposal for the basis of allocating revenue among counties. Mr. Speaker, I would like to give a brief background. The first basis of revenue sharing was approved by the 10th Parliament. Then the Senate was not in place in November 2012 and was used to share revenue between the financial year 2013 and 2014 to 2016 and 2017. Mr. Speaker, the second basis of revenue sharing was approved by Parliament.
What is your point of order, Honorable Osotsi?
Mr. Speaker, I didn't want to interfere with my good friend, Chair of Finance, but I'm concerned because the report that he's presenting is very important to us members because it's only done once after 5 years. And I'm struggling to get a copy of that report. It's not in the iPad. Is it, I would request that that report be provided to us so that we are able to interrogate the issues, Mr. Speaker. This is a very important issue. Can we have the report provided to us?
They don't want the outsourcing. They don't want you to know what you are doing. They should provide. So we can define. It's okay. I'll convince you otherwise.
I think the Chair of Finance and Budget is not out of order, Senator Osotsi, and I'll take it as an intervention. I have since directed the Secretariat to upload it in your iPods. I think it was an oversight, but certainly not on the part of the Chair. So give it 3 minutes. Yes, and some hard copies are also being run so that you have the advantage for those who are not tech savvy. They can be able to have hard copies.
Clarification.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the issue raised by the Senator of Vihiga is very important. The reason why you have seen me disorderly is because some of my colleagues who know that I sit on this committee, they're trying to find out what is it that we have brought in the House. Mr. Speaker, going by the history of decision-making on this formula, this is not the way to go. Mr. Speaker, it would be more useful to this House that the industry of the Committee of Finance can be distributed to members, they interact with it, then debate be done thereafter. Otherwise, we run the risk, Mr. Speaker, the chairman will talk, he'll be seconded, members will come in when he was talking, will then start opposing and so on. This is one piece of legislation that we should take our time. It's going to bind us up to the year 2031. 2031 order. Up to the year 2020. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm requesting that you allow this document to be properly understood by our colleagues.
Yes, Senator for Nairobi.
Yeah, Chair, let me just join my colleagues in making that point, that many of us in this House are not in the habit of interacting with things we have not read. Unlike some people in other quarters I don't want to mention. You have not read something, but you are an expert on it. You know, so Honorable Speaker, because you had rearranged the order paper, perhaps we could resume the regular business. We have the documents uploaded and provided in hard copy, and then we can resume that debate with due respect to the Chair of Budget. I'm sure he understands the importance of this matter. And Honorable Speaker, I wanted clarification from you whether this is a matter that is also time-bound, so that I understand the timelines that we're working with, or this formula is something that we can spend a good amount of time on, so that we make an informed decision.
Senator Fernandez.
Mr. Speaker, I strongly associate with the sentiments of my colleagues, but myself being very industrious, I have read the report and internalized, Mr. Speaker, because I have the report and I've even put markers on my report ready to debate. Mr. Speaker, secondly, judging from the history, and Senator Aaron, Senator Lego, and a number of us who God has been gracious enough to be in this House, this issue of the revenue formula almost divided the country in the last session. And people who had not joined us remember, Mr. Speaker, that we had a lot of challenges convincing the nation on why we should adopt that base. And you remember you are governor then, and I know even governors and even the chair was governor then. We had push and pull. My proposal, Mr. Speaker, as you give us guidance on the timelines, if it is possible, for convenience of our colleagues who have not gone through the document, we can be allowed, Mr. Speaker, even I'm proposing further, that even the chairperson of Finance and Budget can even propose. I have seen we have signed something to do with Kamukunji, so that, Mr. Speaker, members can be taken blow by Masinde of Public Budget Office, can take members through an informal Kamukunji so that they can understand what goes through. I remember Bishop Senator Wambua, when there were some counties that were losing. And then there was a lot of protracted fight in this House, which almost divided, because there were people who were saying 1 man, 1 vote, 1 shilling. Others were saying 1 man, 1 shilling, 1 kilometer. So we don't want to reduce this debate, Mr. Speaker, to that level. So I wish we can defer this matter, build a consensus, then come back and debate, and then we pass, so that we don't need to push extreme, because I know Senator Kisang, Senator Folamu and others will also want to really know these are small counties who have been facing challenges of skewed resource allocation. So, Mr. Speaker, let us give a timeout, Mr. Speaker, sit. And I know for people like Eddie, who are supporters of Arsenal, are still recovering from the loss that happened yesterday, Mr. Speaker, to PSG. So, Mr. Speaker, they are still recovering and mourning. So, Mr. Speaker, they should be given time to recover and look at the serious matters. Mr. Speaker, if you can, Mr. Speaker, if you can guide the House on that issue, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Gloria. No.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for some of us who are first-timers, I like to call myself an amateur in politics who's learning, an intern of this House. Mr. Speaker, I was looking forward to being sensitized on this matter. Mr. Speaker, you know, Kenyans don't even know that, most Kenyans don't know that after every 5 years, there's a revision of this formula. And so as we sit here as representatives of Kenyans, first of all, I find it very curious why we have not been furnished with the documentation. That even if it's an oversight, Mr. Speaker, you know, sometimes it looks like some things are happening and we are being just led to a certain direction. Speaker, I want to ask for the newcomers like myself who pride ourselves in being interns, if we can have a kamkunji so that we can be sensitized on what is happening, and then we can be able to deliberate in the kamkunji before we debate this matter. Speaker, I think for some of us it will be very helpful because as interns of this house, you know, they keep saying we are nominated, we are nominated. We would like to learn about this revenue formula, the revision, so that we can understand next time when we come back to this house, because we are coming back, we can be able now to stand up and say as ranking members and all that. So Speaker, I'm asking for a kamkunji, if we can have a kamkunji outside of chambers, and then we can come and deliberate on the matter. Thank you.
Senator Enoch.
I thank the Speaker. I walked in when Senator Cherage was making a very passionate appeal for timeout on this motion by Senator Roba. Mr. Speaker, truth be told, this is perhaps one of the most important engagements of the Senate in its 5 years, because this will determine the monies that will be shared among counties for the next 5 years. The Speaker, in fact, I want to implore the chair and the Speaker and the chair of the committee to actually consider a retreat, even within Nairobi, within a real retreat. A Kamukunji would be like 2-3 hours. That would not even be enough, Mr. Speaker. This is a matter that we need. By the time we are coming here, we have already built consensus. So just come and just process the business and come up with a way forward for everyone. Because, the Speaker, lastly, one of the most disturbing things about a formula for sharing revenue is that it may get to a point that then one county, unfortunately, may have to not gain as much as other counties. You actually even need to walk that journey with every senator so that they know why they were getting much less than what the others are getting. The Speaker, a retreat will be important to build consensus on this matter. I thank you.
Now, honorable senators, let us make progress in this particular matter. I do agree that this is an extremely weighty matter. And if we can avoid the ugly scenes witnessed during the passage of the formula that is now under implementation, then every effort should be put to ensure that we avoid those ugly scenes. I have consulted with the chair, and we have agreed that this motion be moved on the 22nd of May of 2025. That gives us roughly 2 weeks. Within those 2 weeks, we do not need a kamkunji or a retreat. Amongst yourselves, read the document, consult amongst yourselves. If need be, before the 22nd. If need be, before the 22nd, having given you the chance to consult among yourselves, if you're finding difficulties and you need the Speaker and the Secretariat to bring you together for purposes of maybe hammering a certain consensus, we will be available. But this motion will be moved on the 22nd of May 2025. The documents should be made available today, both in soft and in hard copy. So, honorable senators, we shall now resume the the normal flow of today's business, and I'll call Senator Omtata, whose statement had been dropped because when it was called out, he was not in the House, but having explained his absence to the satisfaction of the chair, I will allow him to proceed with his statement. Thereafter, we will move to comments.
Yeah? And make sure I don't hear us. Senator Chimera, stop looking at me. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53, brackets 1, to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget regarding the government's decision to lease public sugar companies for approximately 30 years, effectively privatizing ownership rather than retaining them under public control with the appointment of competent professional management. In the statement, the committee should address the following. 1, the rationale behind leasing out sugar companies instead of strengthening public ownership through the appointment of capable management, and whether this approach is in the best socioeconomic interest of the local communities. 2, how the long-term leasing aligns with principles of public accountability, including whether adequate public participation and stakeholder consultation were undertaken prior to the decision. 3, the impact of leasing out the sugar companies on farmers, employers, and local economies, and the safeguards in place to protect public assets and ensure continued service delivery and economic empowerment in the sugar growing regions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, honorable senators, before I allow comments on the statements that have been sought, allow me to make this communication. I would like to acknowledge the presence in the public gallery this afternoon of visiting teachers and students from St. Teresa Secondary School in Murang'a County. The delegation comprises 3 teachers and 64 students who are in the Senate for a one-day academic exposition. Now, honorable senators, in our usual tradition of receiving and welcome visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. I do not see the Senator Oroba. You're out of order. I will allow the majority whip under 1 minute to extend a word of welcome, to welcome the delegation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it would be nice for the young people from Murang'a to know that Murang'a has got a special history with the Parliament of this House. It is from Murang'a, Mr. Speaker, the children should know, where we had the first parliamentarian who was a doctor to sit in Parliament in Kenya, Dr. Kikonyo Kiano. Mr. Speaker, it would also be nice for them to be proud of the fact that the real leader of the end of the dictatorship of a certain president in the country was from Murang'a, a man by the name of Kenneth Njindo Matiba. And Mr. Speaker, lastly, it will be nice for them to know that Murang'a is the one that has produced the best business people who took over from the white business community in Nairobi, and they're the ones who established the first black business community in this city. Welcome, young people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, we go to comments on the statement sorts. Now, honorable senators, if you manage to get a chance to speak, keep it under 3 minutes because my board is fairly full, so that we have as many of you having an opportunity to speak. The Honorable Senator for Mombasa.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii kuchangia maombi ya taarifa yaliyoletwa bungeni na Senator Hamida. Mheshimiwa Spika, ni kweli kwamba baadhi ya mashirika ya ndege yanayohudumu katika nchi yetu hususan Turkish na nyinginezo, huduma wanazotoa Mheshimiwa Spika kwa vile viwango vya juu, kwa hakika zinaacha mambo mengi maswali mengi kuulizwa kuliko majibu. Mheshimiwa Spika, nilibahatika kusafiri na ndege ya Turkish kwenda Istanbul hivi majuzi, na Mheshimiwa Spika, huduma za business katika ndege hizo Mheshimiwa ziko tofauti na zile ambazo wanatoa kwa kiwango hicho kwa ndege zinazosafiri kutoka sehemu ya Istanbul kwenda maeneo mengine katika Europa na vile maeneo mengine katika Amerika na sehemu za Asia. Mheshimiwa Spika, haiwezekani kwamba ndege ile itoe huduma tofauti kwa wale wanaokuja Afrika na wale wanaokwenda sehemu nyingine. Na sijui shirika ambalo linadhibiti huduma hizi katika nchi yetu ya Kenya linafanya nini ili kuhakikisha kwamba huduma zinazotolewa zinafikia vile viwango vinavyotakikana. Kwa Mheshimiwa Spika, tungependa kamati iharakishe swala hili kwa sababu Wakenya wengi wanapata shida. Inakuwa kama ambao kuna ubaguzi wa rangi kuhusiana na huduma wanazotoa katika maeneo ya Afrika na yale maeneo mengine ambako wanahudumu. Kwa Mheshimiwa Spika, naunga mkono maombi hayo ya taarifa ya Senator Hamida Kibwana. Asante.
The Senate Majority Leader. Senate Majority Leader.
This request was for comments in the earlier discussion. I don't have a comment on the statements.
Senator Sifuna.
Honorable Speaker, let me just comment on the statement that has been read by the Senator for Busia. This is a matter of grave national concern, Honorable Speaker. Yesterday, there was a statement issued by the Governor for Kisumu, the Honorable Professor Peter Anyang' Nyong'o, who is the strategic reserve of ideology for the ODM party. Whenever we want to find our North Star, he is the guy we go to, and he gives us direction, Honorable Speaker. And he raised concern about plans to privatize mills in his area as well. As you know, the public mills, including Zoia, Chemelil, and Muhoroni, are all listed as part of this leasing plan. I was at home for a burial last week, Honorable Speaker, and the people of Bungoma, who are largely sugarcane farmers, were very clear that they will insist on the promise that was made by the head of state when he was campaigning, that when it comes to Nzoia sugar, the government will invest in upgrading the machinery to improve efficiency, but they will not be leasing this sugar plant out or to sell it to any third party. Professor Nyong'o cited a few issues or reasons as to why he was objecting to the leasing of Chemelil and Muhoroni. Number one, that there was ongoing litigation and that he felt that there was not effective public participation, that this process is being rushed, that it has been undertaken in an opaque nature. And Honorable Speaker, because this is a matter of grave national concern, and in fact he listed the companies that Chemelil is supposed to be leased to Kibos, Muhoroni is supposed to be leased to a company called West Valley Sugar, which there are rumors that it is associated with a member of this House. And I'm hoping that when he contributes, he can declare that interest, because we passed a bill in this House on conflict of interest. Honorable Speaker, we want to just be clear as leaders in this country that we do not necessarily oppose everything that is proposed. But it is a constitutional imperative that you must carry the people along so that people understand, Honorable Speaker, that number one, they are the biggest stakeholders. Number two, Honorable Speaker, if you are leasing out the sugar mills and the person is not interested in reviving the mills but is after the land that is occupied or is owned by that particular sugar plant, there's going to be a problem. Nzoia Sugar has the biggest nucleus, Honorable Speaker, and the people of Bungoma will not allow that land to go because they consider that land their land. It is only held in trust for them. And Honorable Halwale, all of us, the last time we had a plan to privatize all these sugar mills, we came together as leaders and we said there will be no privatization without the involvement of the local community. So, please, Honorable Speaker, all we are calling for, let us follow the constitutional imperative and Article 10 to involve our people, to allow.
Senator Fernandez.
Mr. Speaker, let me pick from where Senator Sifuna left by saying also Nandi is part of the conversation we're having about privatization and leasing of sugar mills, because Chemelil, West Kenya, and a number of them, including Kericho County, Mr. Speaker. What we are calling for is accountability, public participation, and dispensation of court processes that are already in place. And it would be nice to engage, and I'm willing to sit the way we did with the Oparanya report on sugar task force reforms that give birth to Sugar Act. We would be willing to sit and have that conversation for betterment of farmers and Kenyans. I want to ask the government not to be in a hurry, because there will be a lot of legal hurdles that might affect this process. I know there is a sugar bait that has been given of bonuses to farmers, but we need to have a conversation, Mr. Speaker, and ensure that we conclude. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, on the report by Labour Committee, I wanted to hear what is, Mr. Speaker, we did pass about one-off honorarium to former councillors. The chairperson of Labour has not given us a headway on what will happen to one-off that was supposed to be given by former councillors, Mr. Speaker. Yet they served this nation when there was no, they were just being given token or appreciation, Mr. Speaker. It would have been nice that the Labour Committee gives us the way forward. Mr. Speaker, on labour mobility, we have had here flying accusations from this place to another on labor mobility, creation of opportunities. I want to challenge the Labour Committee to give us the status so that we are not hearing only the one-side story of the Cabinet Minister of Labour. We need to be told what are the numbers. How are young people getting access to labor mobility that the government has given to us, so that we stop these accusations where some members of this House have been engaging in unnecessary altercation with the members of executive. Let us be given the status of labor mobility, Mr. Speaker, so that it can be very easy, Mr. Speaker, and also the status of Kenyans in diaspora, Dubai, and other places, Mr. Speaker. Finally, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of Talanta City Stadium and a number of city stadium or stadia across the country, I wish the Labour Committee should give us the status on how the stadiums are being taken care of. What is the status? I can see Talanta City Stadium is taking shape. A number of Kasarani Stadium, Mr. Speaker. Let the Labour Committee give us what is the status so that it becomes easy, Mr. Speaker, going into the future. Mr. Speaker, I support all statements that have been presented today. I thank you.
Senator Osotsi.
Mr. Speaker, allow me also to weigh in on the statement by Senator Umtata on the leasing of sugar companies and the privatization. Mr. Speaker, this is a very weighty matter, particularly from the western region where I come from, and people have been concerned about this plan to lease Nzoia Sugar Company, particularly, that we did not have adequate stakeholder engagement and also public participation. That this process was done very opaquely, and we just want to demand that even if the government has good intentions on doing something, can they involve the people? Can they involve the leaders of that region? Instead of just waking up and saying, we want to lease Nzoia Sugar Company. So I think this statement is an eye-opener, and I want to urge the committee that will be handling this to handle this with speed so that our people can get justice, because the speed at which the whole process is being undertaken, it's sending a lot of negative signals to our people. On the second issue of privatization, I'm among the people who believe that privatization is not the solution to the problem we are having in the sugar industry. Mr. Speaker, Mumias Sugar Company was doing so well before privatization, when we used to have management agents called Bokatet. They were doing so well. But now the problem started increasing upon privatization of Mumias Sugar Company, where the management could not listen to anyone. So many occasions here, the former MD of Mumias Sugar Company, the one who was a governor somewhere, I don't want to mention the name, he used to come here and even refuse to talk to the committees and say we are privatized. That is where the company went down. So the solution is not in privatization of this sugar company, but the solution is in government looking for a strategic manager. Mr. Speaker, I wonder why the government keeps interfering with this sugar industry. For example, in Mumias, and Senator Boni Khalwale is here, Sarai has been able to make that company work. But now we are trying to, when things are working, we want to destroy them. That guy has worked so well. He has made smoke come out. He has made some workers to go back to work. And then now you want to tell him, you want to take part of the company away to another person. When we...
Senator Murango.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, hata mimi ningetaka kuongezea pia maoni yangu kulingana na ombi lililoletwa na Senator Mtata. Pia katika hiyo gazeti la kitaifa niliona pia kwamba kiwanda cha Mwea cha mchele pia kimeorodheshwa pia katika ile ambayo inafaa kwenda kwa watu binafsi. Mstahiki Spika, babu yangu ni mojawapo waliopeana shamba na pia kuchangia katika kujenga kile kiwanda. Kwa hivyo serikali inapoamua kukiuza, ni vizuri wale waliopeana kiwanja kwa hiari, shamba kwa hiari, tujue watafaidika kivipi. Kwa sababu kama nimekupa shamba ili ufanye jambo fulani, ukimalizia kama una haja nayo unafaa nirudishie mimi niliyokupa. Sababu hakuuza. Jambo la pili, kuna mchango ambao ulifanyika ili kuhakikisha kwamba ile kiwanda kimeendelea. Wengi wao toka leo mashishi na kuanga kambulini. Sisi Wakikuyu kutoka Kirinyaga tunashika mashamba yetu. Lakini tuliyapeana, wakambaki wanakaa katika vijiji ambapo hata mahali ya kuzika hakuna. Mstahiki Spika, ni vizuri watu waliokuwa na roho nzuri na hiari kama hiyo, jambo kama hili linapofika wahusishwe, waitwe. Wale waliombaki kama sisi ambao tumembaki kwa sababu wale washatangulia mbele ya haki, tuweze pia kuamua na tuweze kuweza kuwajulisha pia maoni yetu ni ipi. Kwa sababu wale walioko pale, Mstahiki Spika, nikwambia siku ya leo hawako kamwe, hawana haja na hiyo kiwanja iuzwe. Jambo la pili, katika zile viwanda zimejengwa Sagana ambapo tunaambiwa kwamba tunafaa tupeleke kutafuta huduma hapo, kwa sababu lile shamba liko Ngurban Town limeshikana pia na maghala ya halmashauri ya nafaka, mahali wakulima wanaenda kuchukua mbolea yao ya ruzuku ambayo inapewa na serikali, ambayo ni katikati, ni kilomita zaidi ya 30. Ni kama kutoa Njikoni mahali ambapo iko karibu na Sembule uende uipeleke karibu na Mbafu, mahali ambapo unafaa kutembea, Mstahiki Speaker. Kwa hivyo katika zile huduma tunapata kutoka kwa hiyo kiwanda, sisi tungetaka imbaki pale pale, na kama basi wakazi wakulima ataamua kwamba ipeanwe, wahusishwe kikamilifu ili waweze kuamua itaenda ama iendi. Asante sana Mstahiki Speaker.
Senator Eddie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Two quick comments. First, on the statement that was sought by Senator Amida. Mr. Speaker, I don't know what we can do as a House to make sure that the resolutions of this House through any motions are respected. Mr. Speaker, this is a very serious issue that Senator Amida has brought here, and we canvassed over it in this House, Mr. Speaker. Last weekend, together with the committee of CPIC, we visited the hospital in Kwale, another of hospitals that I don't want to mention here. But we had incidences where actually you could go to a hospital and a mother has lost the child, and the mother is put together with other mothers who have their children in a hospital. Mr. Speaker, this is so traumatizing, even for us who could sometimes witness these kind of things, Mr. Speaker. And we passed in this House that there will be mental health facilities for mothers in maternity facilities in different counties, Mr. Speaker. And we did say that those resolutions of the Senate will be implemented 6 months after we pass them. What happens, Mr. Speaker, when they're not implemented? How do we follow up on this? And Mr. Speaker, even remember that last year, the Majority Leader brought a very serious motion in this House about the Gen Z movement, the June 25th. Some of the things that we see the population keep on being agitated about in this country are things that we canvassed about in this House, came up with a resolution of the Senate that then was passed to be followed up with by the relevant authority, but up to date, Mr. Speaker, they haven't been followed through. So on this statement, Mr. Speaker, I think it is less the Committee of Health to follow up on it, but more of us as a House. How are we taken seriously when our resolutions are passed, sent to relevant authorities, and they are not taken seriously? This is an issue, Mr. Speaker, that I think that we must actually take very seriously as a House and be able to find a solution to it. Because we cannot pass a resolution of the Senate and they're never taken seriously. They're never implemented. Then we are not a serious House in the eyes of those authorities, and we must show that we are a serious House. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, on the statement by Senator Okia Omtata. Mr. Speaker, I think that this is a very important statement because, Mr. Speaker, what we see with the sugar industry is the fact that the sugarcane industry has become a poverty industry for most of our communities. I also come from a sugarcane industry, or rather a sugarcane growing region, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Boni.
Mr. Speaker, the issue raised by the Senator for Busia is going to affect the lives and livelihoods of 8 million Kenyans who depend on the sugar sector directly. Mr. Speaker, the issue raised about public participation, I would like the government to know that the only public participation that took place over Nzoia was consulting the governor of Bungoma and the Speaker of the National Assembly. Consulting those two leaders does not amount to public participation over Nzoia Sugar Company. I refuse. I speak today for 1.8 million people of Bungoma who depend on Nzoia Sugar Company. Mr. Speaker, that these two leaders have accepted the factory to be leased to a guy called Rai. Rai, who took over Webuye Pan Paper Company. The company has been run down. The timber industry has collapsed. The same Rai, who upon seeing the success in Mumiasi, due to his brother Sarbi, has come there to try and take a section of that factory because he has the capacity to bribe people in government. We refuse again and again. The decision of leasing Nzoia should be rethought. Our people must participate. Our people have elected us. We have the capacity to understand issues. Mr. Speaker, finally, the issue raised by the Committee of Labor on Stadia. I want to celebrate Ababu Namwamba. He is the father of the Talanta City Stadium that is ongoing, whose completion is making progress. Please, please, the new Minister for Sports should make sure that the blueprint of Ababu that included development of Buhungu Stadium in Kakamega must be seen through, because it is an open secret that if you want football to succeed, you only go to 3 corners in this country. You go to Coast, the home of footballers. You go to Nyanza, the home for footballers. Then you come to the home of the Abaluya Football Club, the home of soccer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Muma.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the statements. I begin with a statement by Senator Hamida. Honorable Speaker, Monday was the World Midwives Day. And yesterday was the World Mental Health Day for mothers. And I would like to commend her for raising these issues over and over again. Honorable Speaker, mental health for mothers who have delivered is a crucial issue, is very urgent because most of the mothers include adolescent mothers who are vulnerable, who do not have resources to, on their own, seek mental health. And I would want to ask that the resolutions made in this House should not be taken as empty talk. It is something that we receive comments, we receive petitions from those who are affected. We have seen it when we go in the field, and we would like government to take this issue seriously, especially now that the SHA formulation is in the infancy and is coming up, when we must provide the care for these mothers. Honorable Speaker, I would also like to make comment on the statement by Senator Omtata. Honorable Speaker, I come from the sugar belt, and I think the small-scale farmer in Western Kenya, that is Nyanza, the western part of Rift Valley, and Western Kenya are actually tired of the ping-pong around the laws and the policies relating to sugarcane milling and sugarcane farming. Mr. Speaker, I wish the small-scale farmers will be listening to me. I wish for the day when we can elect a day when we will ban all the sugarcane, burn it to the ground, so that we can get back to the drawing board to discuss how the sugar industry in Kenya can be structured in a manner that is going to be useful to the farmers. The manner in which it is currently structured is destructive, is not useful to small-scale farmers, and I support the statement by Governor Anyang' Nyong'o. We need to go back to the drawing board to ensure that we are able to follow the correct procedures to ensure that the most vulnerable, especially the small-scale farmer, is catered for when we are designing these programs, including the poisoning that is happening by the sugar.
Senator Gloria.
Mr. Speaker, I want to comment on this issue of privatizations of parastatals and state agencies. Mr. Speaker, you know you can look at this issue on both sides. People saying that government property belongs to government, should stay at government. But Mr. Speaker, we know if it is not helping the people, then there's no point. Just here across Parliament, we have KICC. KICC, if it's supposed to operate at its, best profitable days, we are supposed to be having conferences in and out. But we know, and we have to be honest to ourselves, that the culture that we have in these parastatals and state agencies is that, because it is a government facility, we don't need to push sales, we don't need to do this, we don't need to do that. So just having a state agency belonging to government and saying that we are proud because it's government, it stays with government, and it does not really benefit the people. So what are we doing? What are we doing? All these issues of privatization have only been brought about because these state agencies are actually not performing the way they're supposed to perform. So the conversation that we should have is not whether this belongs to the people, someone gave land to the government. Okay, let them be compensated so that now we can make sure that the state agencies are there to benefit the people of that community. Mr. Speaker, it pains me that every time we debate, we want to localize the issue. Okay, yes, politics is local, but economics is about profits. So if a state agency or an institution is not bringing any profits to the people of that community, then we have to have the hard conversation, and the hard conversation is that we need to do something, and if that means that we need to privatize it, let us talk about the parameters of how we are going to privatize the agency. Otherwise, coming here and fighting and say,
don't do this, don't sell this particular, that's fine. But what are we going to do to ensure that all these state agencies, be it the sugar companies, be it, as I said, agencies such as the KICC, be it, you know, whatever state agency that is there, let us have a conversation, an honest conversation on how those state agencies are profitable and how they are actually benefiting the people of that community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 8, motion, consolidation of bursary funds for equitable access to education in Kenya. Resumption of debate interrupted on Wednesday, 7th May 2025, morning sitting. Question to be proposed.
Honorable Senators, take your seat. I need to propose the question. Honorable Senators, this motion had been moved and seconded, and now I need to propose the question. Now, Honorable Senators, there's a difference between proposing the question and putting the question. So I will propose the question, that aware that pursuant to Article 53 of the Constitution, every child in Kenya is entitled to free and compulsory basic education, and the Basic Education Act provides the basic education should be guided by principles such as equitable access to all youth and equal access to education or institutions. Further, that aware that many students in secondary schools and higher education institutions come from financially disadvantaged backgrounds, making it difficult for them to afford school fees and access education opportunities. Noting that over the years, various interventions have been made, including the issuance of bursaries through the National Government Constituency Development Fund, the National Government Affirmative Action Fund, the Ministry of Education and county governments through various county bursary funds, concerned that despite these efforts, school fees remain unaffordable for many parents, and the allocation of bursaries has been plagued by nepotism, favoritism, and political manipulation, and lack of transparency and accountability. Further, concerned that public learning institutions are primarily funded by the government through the Ministry of Education, and in the financial year 2024-2025, approximately 656 billion was allocated to the education sector, making it difficult to ascertain the specific funds granted to each student, and that the lack of transparency in the disbursements of bursaries from various agencies makes it difficult to determine the total amount allocated in a financial year, thus hindering efforts to ensure equitable access to education for financially disadvantaged students. Now, therefore, the Senate urges the Ministry of Education to do the following. 1, audit the funds allocated to bursaries by both the national government and the county governments. 2, consolidate the funds distributed by various government entities and agencies with the aim of directing these funds directly to schools as supplementary capitation to facilitate the achievement of free secondary education. And 3, calculate the cost of education per learner and make this information public for primary, secondary, and tertiary institutions, including a detailed background of the annual financial requirements for each student across the county. Now the floor is open for debate. Senator Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank Senator Karungo Adhangwa, the miracle senator from Kiambu, for this proposal. Mr. Speaker, I am aware there is an ongoing public participation by members of the National Assembly on the importance of entrenching the NGAV and Senate Oversight Fund. Mr. Speaker, the bait that public participation is being used is that if NCCDF or NGAF is entrenched, then bursary will be available. Mr. Speaker, I agree with the prayers that we need to consolidate this bursary and make education free for all. You know, bursary has been reduced to tokenism. If you support an MCA or a governor or a member of National Assembly or a women representative, Mr. Speaker, you are given bursary. Why is it that out of 656 billion that is allocated to education, we still have many children who cannot access education in this country? Those are the hard questions, Mr. Speaker, that we must ask ourselves. And that is why it is important that we need to consolidate all bursary, direct all national government administration officials to ensure 100% transition rate, Mr. Speaker, for our children in secondary schools, in primary schools, now that CPC has been changed to CBE, called curriculum-based education, Mr. Speaker, so that everybody can access education in this country, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, this issue of bursary has been reduced and weaponized for campaign political tool, where members of National Assembly, GAV, and governors are using it. In fact, Mr. Speaker, are you aware governors nowadays, and I don't know, Mr. Speaker, during your era whether this was possible, and when Senator Roba, where they want to use bursary as one of the key development achievements. While I agree human development capital is very critical, Mr. Speaker, it should not be the only yardstick that members of Council of Governors, the governors, members of National Assembly, and the government, Mr. Speaker. In my own opinion, I'm surprised there is a public participation to entrench. This is making education costly, Mr. Speaker. We must agree that the planners, Mr. Speaker, every day, every function I go to Nandi, you must meet one or two parents or a number who want support to education in terms of payment of school fees. Where did we go wrong? And I think the silver bullet in all this, Mr. Speaker, is consolidate the entire bursary fund, make education free and compulsory education for all Kenyans, Mr. Speaker, so that it becomes easy. And that is why even I saw some people saying Senate need oversight. And then we will, Mr. Speaker, we might end up being paid representation fund, legislation fund, oversight fund, Mr. Speaker. And I want to challenge members of National Assembly, because I have seen a commentary by one of the legal minds, and I was sitting with one of the senior legal minds today during power lunch break, Mr. Speaker. And we are asking ourselves the questions Kenyans are asking. Why would you want to oversight yourself? Muganga ajigangi, allow the indulgence so that I can drive the point home and hot, Mr. Speaker, is that even in my local language, sorry, Mr. Speaker, for mixing both languages, is that Mkinyosi ajinyoi, Ababa cannot shave his own head. So I'm challenging, Mr. Speaker, I'm challenging members of National Assembly that if you want to manage funds, run for two offices. You either run for president or run for governor. Why do you want to have your cake and eat it? Even as a Senate, there is no day we have sat and we say we want Senate oversight fund. In my own opinion, that fund should be given to counties or the president. Then we do our work as oversight. Mr. Speaker, for the first time, I'm in support with Raila Odinga, Papa Podbeg. Mr. Speaker, because the work of member of National Assembly and the Senate is to legislate, oversight, representation, and budget making, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't know, you need to know whether Senator Ed has bought shoes, because the last time there were people without shoes in Migori, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, that let us be honest, Mr. Speaker. If you want to manage funds, if you want to develop, sorry, Madam Speaker, run for offices that have such funds. Why trouble Kenyans? Mr. Speaker, with the constitutional amendment, this is not the right time to amend the constitution as a country. We must be careful in this country that what we did wish, if we wanted an hybrid on prior presidential system, and that is why would we want to give bursary as politicians just to allow political patronage, to enslave our children, Mr. Speaker, to fight to ensure our children are given because, Mr. Speaker, and I've had the small towns in the villages, you get somebody say, so and so, I did not get bursary because I didn't vote Mheshimiwa in. Mr. Speaker, we must be honest that this issue of bursary, we must consolidate, Mr. Speaker. I wish and I pray At the end of this debate on this consolidation, the Committee of Education, led by Senator Montet and members who are in this House, should come up with an amendment to the Education Act, Basic Education Act, or the education laws that we have in this country, and consolidate all the bursary, bring quantification, and I'm happy the miracle senator is here. I don't know whether it's still miracle or not. Mr. Speaker, the point so that we can consolidate all the bursary and account for 656 billion, Mr. Speaker. You know, the political formation he is in with nowadays is no longer miraculous. Mr. Speaker, and therefore, under Article 53 of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, we must ensure that these young people, a number of them, Mr. Speaker, they cannot, like for example, in secondary, tertiary, even as we talk, Mr. Speaker, our students in KMTC, Kenya Medical Training Colleges, Mr. Speaker, they need also bursary. But how do we do it? Let us make education free and compulsory from preschool all the way to the university and colleges. So that we stop, Mr. Speaker, even higher education loan board. We collapse higher education loan board so that we don't bring discrimination as envisaged under Article 27 of the Constitution of Kenya. Because the moment children that are in public universities are given higher education loan board, yet that money is the taxpayers, including all Kenyans. Yet children in private universities are not given higher education loan board, Mr. Speaker. It casts aspersion and the shadow, Mr. Speaker, of discrimination in our society, Madam Speaker. It casts aspersions on discrimination of our children that access higher educations in this republic. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of capitation, that is prayer number 3, we need also to be told, because as we talk, Madam Speaker, Kenya private sector, Kenya Secondary School Sales Association have been complaining in late capitation that is being given to either primary school or secondary schools across the country. We must calculate so that we don't need after, when that, you know, I find it untidy that after every opening of schools, you hear Kesha, you hear Primary Aids Association, you hear NAT, you hear Kupet, Madam Speaker, complaining that capitation is yet to be released. Even the worst, Madam Speaker, the other day is removal of hardship allowances. Hardship allowances, Madam Speaker. This should be the motivating factor for all public servants and also the teachers in our country. If you work in places like Mandera, and we have had opportunity of going there, where the airstrip, you land in nowhere. Madam Speaker, there is no airstrip. There is no electricity. There are only 3 generators. The generators, Madam Speaker, generator is functional. I'm told it is being switched on and off, like Tamamble, Madam Speaker, and therefore we must agree that, Madam Speaker, that the issue of hardship allowance to civil servants and teachers is very critical. For example, in Nandi, I have like 4 or 5 wards, like Terik ward, we have Chepterwai ward, Madam Speaker, we have Kapchorwa ward, we have Soba Songo, and largely part of Tindred, Madam Speaker, where because of terrain and challenges that are unique to those regions, they should at least be given what we call hardship allowances, Madam Speaker. You go to some areas like Kilifi, where poverty index is very high. A number of areas like Kerio Valley, Madam Speaker, where insecurity is there, and I know Professor Kamari is well versed with, Madam Speaker. All these places, they need motivating factor called hardship allowances. And I don't think there was lack of wisdom with the formulators of Public Service Commission that we should have hardship allowances, Madam Speaker. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, so that I can give colleagues opportunity to converse and deliberate on this matter, Madam Speaker, my clarion call to the government, to the lawmakers, to all of us, let us consolidate bursary. Let us ensure all chiefs from Nyumba Kumi, from now I'm happy the Mukasa and the Kokwet elders and the village elders will now be given token of appreciation, courtesy of President William Ruto's government. Madam Speaker, even the village elders will now be part. Anybody who wanted, if you are married, I was telling some people over the weekend when we were burying former senior assistant chief brigadier in Mgwen in Mukonya, that if you had married a village elder and you didn't have hope, there is hope now because that village elder will have salary. So if you had left your husband because he's a village elder, you should be motivated to come back. Let us now use that opportunity to ensure from Nyumba Kumi, the village elder, we now ask come to the village like my village in Kapkeben, somewhere in Mosoriat, Madam Speaker. Go and ask the local, my local assistant chief called Joshua Chirchir, ask him, why are children not going to school? And the education is free and compulsory. Then we ensure money is provided to the school. And I'm happy this is the conversation we are having in this country. Let us not use politicians to give tokenism in terms of bursary. We will create big divide. Education will be expensive, unaffordable, inaccessible. Yet under Article 53 and 55 of the Constitution of Kenya, it envisages education that is of good quality, affordable, accessible, and valuable, Madam Speaker. And therefore, we want to see more doctors like Dr. Bone Kalwale, people who are good practitioners, Madam Speaker, so that it comes into the future of giving this opportunity, Madam Speaker, number of lawyers and many other professions that we have in this republic. Speaker, finally, is I hope, I would have requested the mover of the motion to amend and direct that Senator Karungo Wadhangwa, you should listen through the chair, that direct that there should be a special audit on the bursary that is being given. I'm told some members of National Assembly and governors, like my governor is notorious, he has changed Nandi from being source of champions to source of corruption, where they write a check and that check bounces, where they write a check to general that do not exist. They exist in up there, Madam Speaker. Let us do special audit. Let us be told, Madam Speaker, how many people use this money through special audit. And I think the mover of the motion, you should amend and ensure, you should stop listening to Senator Orwoba. Madam Speaker, I know she's still excited about what happened in Kisii. But you know, you should ask Senator Moses Masika Wetangula. The people you see in rallies and voters are two different things. Madam, and therefore we must amend that there should be special audit. There should be special audit.
What's your point of order?
There should be special
Chimera,
audit.
Just hold it. Can you give Senator Chimera the microphone, please?
Oh. Madam Speaker, I rise understanding order 105, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you know I also come from the great county of Nandi. Is a good senator from Nandi, Senator Cherargei, by association, Madam Speaker. Is a good senator of Nandi in order to allege that the governor from Nandi has been issuing bouncing checks to students from Nandi County, Madam Speaker, without any reasons to substantiate in this house, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Cherargei, you know that's a serious allegation. You need to substantiate. Please substantiate, and if you are not able to do that, you withdraw and apologize.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Senator Gloria, maintain your peace. I have called Senator Cherargei to take the floor. You'll get your chance.
Madam Speaker, while I appreciate it, that's a very serious point. In our culture, it is unheard of where somebody you have given your daughter to marry to question the person who gave, but that is beside the point.
Senator
I'm willing to
Cherargei,
table.
you are out of order.
Madam,
there was
and
no
we
marriage.
might end up penalizing him
there
under
was
customary
no
law.
marriage. There was no marriage introduced in the point of order.
I'm coming
the
to that
status
point.
of Senator Cherargei is not in discussion under that
Madam
point of order.
Madam Speaker, I'm willing to be given time to substantiate by next week. But I want to advise him, if he continues questioning people who gave her the daughter, gave him the daughter, we might, under customary law, which Constitution recognizes, we might add a number of cows so that he can pay.
Cherargei,
And Senator Aaron should be whispering such a
Senator
traditional
Cherargei, are you
obligation.
listening to the chair?
Yes.
You are barred from discussing his marital status because it was not part of the point of order, and we are not quite sure whether Senator Chimera is married from the Nandi County. So refrain from referring to that marital status.
Thank
It's
you.
not part of.
It was just on a lighter touch, Madam Speaker. So in conclusion,
You
let
will
us have
substantiate by
next
Tuesday.
week. Yes, yes.
Next week.
Yes.
What's your point of order, Senator?
Madam Speaker, I stand under Standing Order 101, contents of speech. 101.4. No senator shall impute improper motive to any other senator or to the member of the National Assembly. Madam Speaker, I have heard Senator Cherargei mention me, and the motive, Madam Speaker, did not look like a good motive. Talking about that I'm just excited because I don't know I went to which rally where. Madam Speaker, I would like for Senator Cherargei to clarify what he meant and if at all that was relevant on his debate. Madam Speaker, thank you.
Senator Cherargei, do you want to substantiate that bit?
Speaker,
the point by Senator Gloria.
Madam Speaker, in the words of Jean-Marie Seronar Martin Shukuku, how can I substantiate the obvious? It is a statement of fact. He spoke in Kisii and you and me are in the same WhatsApp group. I will even send you the video, Madam Speaker, so that you see she was in that meeting.
So Senator Gloria,
save me, Madam Speaker.
It appears to be a point of public notice. So I will allow Senator Cherargei to proceed on with this debate. Senator Cherargei, your time is up. You have decided to detour in the course of your very serious debate. So resume your seat. That is bribing the speaker, which is not acceptable. Senator Agnes Mudhama.
Madam Speaker, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Madam Speaker, asante kwa kunipatia hii fursa nikaweze kuchangia mswada wa Bursary. Madam Speaker, mimi ningeomba kwa sababu ya yale mambo mengi yanahusika na mambo ya Bursary. Madam Speaker, ukienda huko mashinani, ukienda kwa manyumba za members of parliament, utapata wajumbe, utapata Madam Speaker, utapata watu wamejaa kwa nyumba zao nje wakingojea Bursary. Hata ukienda kwa MCAs utapata watu wamejaa kwa manyumba zao wanangojea Bursary. Ukienda kwa magavana utapata vile vile. Madam Speaker, mswada ni mzuri, lakini Madam Speaker, kama ni kufutilia mbali ama kuondoa mambo ya Bursary, Madam Speaker, ingekuwa kuanzia executive ama maofisi za juu kabisa, Bursary ziondolewe, kwa members of parliament ziondolewe, kwa magavana ziondolewe, na zote kabisa ziunganishwe pamoja na zipatiwe ministry ya education. Ili ministry ya education nao elimu yote ifanywe kuwa bure. Kutoka shule za chepechea mpaka university, shule zote zifanywe kuwa bure. Na mambo ya Bursary na hata mambo ya pesa yoyote ambayo inapeanwa kupeleka watoto shule hata nje, zote ziwekwe mahali pamoja, kikapu kimoja, na hiyo pesa yote Madam Speaker, shule zote zifanywe kuwa free. Ndio kila mtoto hata ule wa maskini kabisa asome bila kusumbuliwa. Madam Speaker, za hizi ukienda kama sisi tunasumbuliwa sana na mambo ya Bursary. Na unajua sisi hatuna Bursary, lakini watatupigia simu watuambie mtoto hajaenda shule nitumie pesa. Na hatuna pesa za kuwatumia Madam Speaker. Lakini hii pesa yote ikukusanywa, iweko kwa kikapu kimoja na shule zote zifanywe kuwa za bure. Basi shule zitaendelea na watoto wote watasoma equally. Watoto wa maskini watasoma, watoto wa matajiri watasoma. Na hatutakuwa na mtoto ambaye anafanyiwa harambi ama kukosa kwa sababu ati hajapatiwa Bursary, hajapata nini. Madam Speaker, mimi ningeomba mwenye hii motion aone hata vile pia ataweka hiyo point yangu ya kwamba pesa zote kuanzia Bursary zile zinapeanwa na executive, na zote zile zinapeanwa na magavana, zote zile zinapeanwa na MPs na MCAs, zote kabisa zichanganywe pamoja na zote zipatiwe Ministry of Education, na elimu Kenya iwe ya bure. ndio watoto wote waweze kusoma. Asante Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Mudigi Alexander.
Asante Bi Speaker. Naunga mkono mjadala ambayo uko mbele yetu katika kamati ya Senate, lakini kuna mambo mengi sana katika hii mjadala inafaa iangaliwe. Kwa sababu Bi Speaker, tumekuwa tukipitisha ela siweze kwenda kwa county ama kwa national government, lakini mipango haijafuatiliwa na njia ile inafaa. Kwa hiyo Bi Speaker, hii mjadala inaongea mambo mazuri sana ya elimu, lakini mpaka iangaliwe na njia ile inafaa, kwa sababu tunajua katika nchi ya Kenya demokrasia mambo mingi mpaka irudishwe kwa mwananchi ndio aweze kuona njia ile atasema ni nda ama ni ukweli. Kwa sababu Bi Speaker, tumepitisha mambo mingi na mambo ile tunapitisha inaleta shinda katika kwa mwananchi, hata katika county government, katika treasury na katika kona zote. Kwa hiyo Bi Speaker, mpaka iangaliwe na njia ile inafaa ndio tuweze kuona kama itakuwa elimu kutoka mtoto wa chini mpaka wa juu mpaka university ya kona zote, kama itakuwa ni free education. Bi Speaker, mimi nitaunga mkono, lakini kama ndio tufike hapo mpaka tuende public participation ndio mwananchi aweze kusema taka aongozwe na njia gani. Kwa sababu Bi Speaker, tumeona mara mingi pesa ile tulikuwa napata inaenda kwa CDF, mheshimiwa anapeana Bursary, tumeona county inapeana Bursary, tumeona national government inapeana Bursary, tumeona hata MC anapeana Bursary, lakini tumeona hiyo pesa haitoshi, na pia saa nyingine hii pesa ienda ikawa tunaweza lalamika, na saa nyingine katika ile county na katika kona zote hii pesa haitoshi ama haifanywi mahesabu kulingana njia ile inafaa. Saa nyingine tunaweza laumu wale viongozi, lakini hatujaangalia nyuma wakati tumepitisha budget pesa inapotea wapi, yende ikawa treasury iko na shinda. Kwa ni mambo mengi sana ndio hii mjadala iweze kusaidia mwananchi wa Kenya mpaka kufanywa audit kulingana njia ile inafaa, na pia kusiwe wakati itaenda kwa Minister of Education iwe hakuna mtoto yoyote ama msasi yoyote ataweza kuitishwa hela hata moja. Kwa sababu nakumbuka mambo ya Petition, tumeona Minister of Education Kenya mzima wamepatiwa pesa na treasury ama kupatiwa, lakini kumekuwa malalamishi. Unakuta kwa sababu watoto walipi pesa, unakuta walimu wakuu wa primary na wa secondary kumekuwa na vita nyingi, unakuta shule inafungwa mapema, ama unakuta watoto wameshinda njaa na mwalimu ana njia yote ya kufukuza mtoto. Kwa hivyo ningeomba Bi Speaker, hii mambo ya pesa, kwa sababu katika Kenya audit haifanyi kulingana vile njia ile inafaa, weze kuangaliliwa. Bi Speaker, mambo ingine ningesema kuhusia mambo ya hela ni mambo ya pia wale walimu ama wale watu wako nje ya pahali ile county asinjiwezi kwa sababu ya jua kali ama hakuna maji, hakuna nini. Kama Embu County, Mbeere North na Mbeere South, tumekuta ile ni inji kavu. Unakuta mwalimu akiamka asubuhi ana maji ya kuoga, ana stima, hakuna hospitali. Unakuta walimu wengi katika Mbeere South na Mbeere North, unakuta walimu waenda kilomita kama 30. Na pia na saa hii tumesikia kama county ya Embu County, tumesikia walimu watakuwa yapata sile ela. Ningeomba ule mtu aliyeta hiyo mjadala, either ni wasili gani, hiyo kitu ikome, ndio ile county asinjiwezi, si asina ile vifaa, hiyo pesa iweze kuendelea. Kwa sababu tunakumbuka itakuwa ni ngumu sana. Unakuta ile mwalimu kuweza kusaidia mtoto aweze kusoma kutoka nursery na primary na kwenda secondary. Unakuta kama Embu County, upande wa Embu ya juu, yes wapati ile pesa, lakini wanaumia. Lakini unakuta wako angalau, unakuta kule kuna maji, kuna parapara ya rami, lakini mwalimu ule ametoka Mbeere South na Mbeere North, na si Embu County peke yake, ni county nyingi. Ningeomba mambo ya hela iweze kuangaliwa. Mijadala mingi ningeomba wale watu wanaleta katika Senate hii ama parliament ama ministry yoyote iwe kifanywa upelelezi, ndio isikuje kulete mgawanyiko katika nchi ya Kenya. Tunajua saa hii nchi ya Kenya ambayo inaongozwa na rais ambaye William Ruto ni nchi ambaye tunapenda amani na tunaunga mkono mambo ya muungano, ndio sile county 47 siweze kuendelea na njia ile inafaa. Mambo ya economy, mambo ya county ipate pesa. Kwa hivyo Bi Speaker, mambo mingi ya hela ikikuja hapa tuikalie chini mpaka tuangalie. Kwa hivyo ningeomba mambo ya pesa iweze kurudishwa kwa mwananchi public participation, aseme anataka kupatiwa pesa namna gani, akisema ni mambo ya CDF, na akisema ni mambo ya county, ya governor, na MCA, na ministry, pia tuone itaendelea namna gani. Kwa sababu tunaweza sema iende kwa minister na minister ilale kazini, ukute mambo mingi itafanyika. Lakini naunga mkono iwe siku ile itapitishwa kuwe ati kutasemekana ni free education na hakuna mzazi ama mtoto, either minister imepeana pesa ama injapeana, shule zote katika Kenya iwe masomo itakuwa ni free education. Kwa hivyo speaker, ni mambo mengi tumekuwa tukichungulia, hata unakuta tunapitisha pesa, tunasema county ipatiwe pesa, tunasema inakataa kupeana pesa. Walimu wengi wameteseka, wakati wameenda retire hakuna pesa. Kwa hiyo before tupitishe hiyo maneno, mpaka speaker, hii mjadala wa hii mambo ya elimu iweze kuangaliwa na njia ile inafaa. Kwa hiyo speaker, mimi nakataa na hii mjadala. Asante speaker.
Senator Mudigi, ulikuwa unataka kukataa mjadala ama kukubaliana na mjadala?
Speaker anaunga mkono.
Oh. Yes. Okay, asante Senator Mudigi. Senator Okoiti Andrew Mutata.
Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to address this August House on this very, very important motion. The question of bursaries in Kenya is a serious question and one that needs sober attention because it is founded on the constitutional requirement that, or provision that basic education is a right and the state is a duty bearer. And the state must ensure that people go to school. And the state has allocated money. It's not little money, but the problem is that it's so fragmented. The bursaries are so fragmented. You have some going through the ministry, others going through the various cadres of politicians, others even going through the Jomo Kenyatta Foundation. And basically, the basic concept of a bursary is that a bursary is given for needy students. It's not like a scholarship, and the distinction between a bursary and a scholarship needs to be made clear. Because I've seen some allocations, people saying they are financing bright children. A scholarship is what is given on the basis of academic excellence as a grant. A bursary is given on the basis of economic need. So there's been a misconception in our counties, on the ground, whereby you'll find mainly the MPs. Sometimes they give bursaries on the basis that this is a high-performing kid, therefore it qualifies for a bursary. No. A bursary is given on the basis of the education being a right and some people being unable to access it. And as a duty bearer, the state steps in to make sure that that right is realized for all. Now, with the fragmentation of our bursary and the personalization of the bursary into the body of the politicians handing them out, you find that we get major problems whereby bursaries tend to be given out. First of all, in an opaque manner, you don't know how much money has been allocated. There's no system of accounting for it. There's no system of auditing it. And then number two, the amounts given are very, very small. They cannot change anything. And because politicians are out for numbers, they can even put up a tent and invite millions of people to come and be given pittance in exchange for support. And then, of course, it's a big media event. So I fully support the motion by saying that anything that goes towards supporting needy children should be consolidated and placed in the hands of the Minister for Education or the PS or the Ministry for Education to be administered on a needs basis, and the needs to be objectively realized. And more so, I would like to comment about these two funds. The National Government Constituency Development Fund, NCDF, and the National Government Affirmative Action Fund, NGAAF, which have been used largely as means for distributing money, the bursary funds to needy cases or to the grassroots. You'll find that These funds are fraud schemes designed by the National Assembly members to steal from the public. And I say that to begin with, that they are a fraud scheme because they are unconstitutional. If you look at our constitution, and if you allow me to read it, Article 206, it very clearly states that there is established the consolidated fund into which shall be paid all money raised or received by or on behalf of the national government, except money that A, is reasonably excluded from the fund by an act of parliament and payable into another public fund established for a specific purpose. B, may, under an act of parliament, be retained by a state organ that received it for the purpose of defraying the expenses of the state organ. There is no provision in the Constitution for creating these fraudulent funds like CDF and GAF. I say that because they end up being funded from the consolidated fund. The architecture of the Constitution is that if you set up a fund, you must show where the money will come from outside the consolidated fund. So when you come up with a fund like, let us take the fund we are fighting over, a fund like the insurance fund for health. It very clearly states that the money will come from premiums. So, other than everything else that we are fighting over, Chief, that particular aspect of Chief conforms with the Constitution that it will be funded from premiums. When you get CDF, they are taking money from the consolidated fund. You cannot use the consolidated fund to fund a fund. They should show us where money for these funds will come from. It cannot come from the consolidated fund, because there are only two ways that can be done. So you'll find that the GAF and the CDF funds have been used in an unconstitutional way to get money out of the consolidated fund, and that's a fraud scheme. It's a fraudulent scheme to steal money from the public. Further, my lady, Madam Speaker, you find that we have got this other thing that is going around now. They want to entrench these funds into the Constitution. It cannot be done without a referendum, because it is going to alter the structure of the government of Kenya, whereby legislators have been allowed, whereby legislators will be allowed to hold money and execute functions. That alters the Constitution of Kenya, the way it is structured, and it comes in a way that the National Assembly is pushing it, they are pushing it in such a way as to think that they don't need to go to a referendum. They must go to a referendum if they want to entrench any funds in the Constitution. As for the oversight fund, I don't think that the senators have been consulted. At least I'm not aware that there's been any consultation in this House where it was agreed that the Senate Oversight Fund be entrenched in the Constitution. All senators wanted is not a fund. They just want to be facilitated to do oversight work. They don't need to create a fund for that. So we don't need to have money going into a fund. First of all, where shall we get the money? What kind of tax will finance that fund? Or what kind of levy? Are you going to introduce an oversight levy so that we can fund the oversight fund? We are not. So it's my prayer, Madam Speaker, that the National Assembly allows the Constitution of Kenya to operate. They are creatures of the Constitution. They cannot purport to put themselves above the Constitution. They cannot purport to disobey court orders. The courts have issued orders declaring this particular fund unconstitutional, the two unconstitutional. So there can be no basis for them to say that by public participation, they are going to override a decision of the court. And that can only be done if there's a referendum that will change the structure of the Constitution, especially on the doctrine of separation of powers. I would also want to raise the question of governance giving out bursary funds. Bursary funds, the functions of governance is ECD and TVETs. When they begin giving up bursary funds for primary schools, secondary schools, and colleges and universities, they have absolutely no basis for doing that. And I want to congratulate the Control of Budget when she came up clearly and clarified what the law is. If you go around the counties, most counties, the ECDs are in a horrible state, the TVETs are in a horrible state, but because it is more attractive to be seen to be issuing bursary checks around as a publicity stunt, you find governors are into it, MCS are into it. What we want is that all these fragmented bursaries be abolished and the money be given to the central government and education be taxpayer funded. And it can be done from primary, from ECD, up to first degree in the university can be taxpayer funded. Countries that are much poorer than ours are doing that. They are funding education. Even our neighbor Tanzania, you don't pay through the nose to get an education. Our neighbor Uganda, you don't pay through the nose to get an education. So we will pray that Kenya, being a much stronger economy, we should be able to fund the education of our children, because the human resource in a country like Kenya, which is largely a service industry, the human resource becomes very critical. And we must be able to ensure that we get the engineers, the doctors, the accountants, the lawyers, the teachers, and all those professions that we need to be able to develop this country. We have also, most of the time, you have heard people saying that at independence, Kenya and some of the Asian tigers were at power, Kenya was better. But if you go back and look at the development trajectory, you'll find that these people invested heavily in education. Like you get disciplines like engineering were heavily funded, and you can see what they are doing today using skills to colonize the world. The Chinese are colonizing us here using skills. They are building amazing things. They embraced education. They funded their education. Today, you get that somebody trying to be a doctor has to pay through the nose, has to be dragged through the mark to be able to get a grade. We cannot develop this country unless we focus seriously on the youth and their right to education. And that right must be taxpayer funded. We are not at a point where we can enjoy the luxury of saying that let education be accessible to those who can pay. No. We must have education for all, so that irrespective of where somebody is born, if he is our Einstein and is born wherever in this country, he must have an opportunity to be tapped. He must have an opportunity to develop. And so, as I continue supporting this motion, I urge that we consider the possibility of introducing taxpayer-funded education. And the motion could be expanded to include that, going forward, the national policy, the public policy of the Republic of Kenya on education should be taxpayer-funded education from ECD up to first degree. And I say that because when you look at where the Constitution wants people to pay, like under Article 48 on access to justice, it says give the fees, but let the fees be affordable. When you come to the rights of the youth to education, there's no fee expected to be paid by the consumer of the right. The right holder is supposed to present themselves at an institution of education, and they're supposed to get taxpayer-funded education. They should not go queuing and begging politicians to be given a pittance in the name of accessing higher education or accessing any form of education. So I fully support this motion and pray that this House adopts it with the necessary amendments to entrench the requirement that education be taxpayer funded. At least, even if you can't make it to the first degree, Let us be taxpayer funded up to secondary level. And when it's taxpayer funded, it should cover everything, not just tuition. It should cover even school uniform and school books. And we should return a system whereby school books or the school equipment are clearly branded to avoid theft and misappropriation. So I really urge this House to support this motion to ensure that we get away from the idea of even having bursaries, because in our country where people are that poor, everybody is so poor, if you look at your messages as an MP, you find that the biggest demand is people asking for support towards education. Let us give the people taxpayer-funded education, and let us do it through the central government, which is charged with the primary, secondary, and tertiary education. Let us do it through the line ministries, and not through NCDF and NGAF. The other thing is that we have got a budget-making process. Article 220 of the Constitution and 221 guide us on how we make our budgets. There's no procedure for having two parallel budgets. When an MP makes a budget under NCDF, where is that budget approved? Yet, the budget is supposed to be tabled in Parliament, approved.
Your time is up, Senator Okiya Mutata. Senator Boni Halwale.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to strongly support this very important motion and wish to appeal to the distinguished senator from Kiambu that after all that narration, when you come to the conclusion where you are now making resolutions, I beg you, you drop Resolution 1, Resolution 2, Resolution 3, and replace it, Madam Speaker, with the provision that so as to make education free. Free. And these things have been tested. Senator, when you're still a young man, in 2002, the country elected Mwai Kibaki as president and Wamalo Kijana as his deputy. And for 10 years, the children of the Republic of Kenya enjoyed free primary education. It's doable. Madam Speaker, in view of the provisions of Article 21 of the Constitution and Article 43 of the Constitution, 43 says that every person has a right to education. And 21 says that Parliament will take legislative, policy, and other measures to make sure that any right given under Chapter 15 is realized progressively. I therefore want to appeal to the mover of the motion that let us realize free education by progressing with starting from primary, then secondary, and eventually university. There is no greater calling. Madam Speaker.
Would you wish to be informed by Senator Wakili Sigei?
Yes, especially given that he's a young lawyer.
Okay.
Thank you. If he was an older lawyer, I would have my reservations. But young lawyers in this country are fantastic. They are corruption-free. Therefore, I love listening to them.
Let him take the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Senator Boni, for accepting that I inform you. It is indeed not really an information sort of. You have made reference to Article 43 of the Constitution, which provides for, which you made mention that it provides for education. I'm sure you meant Article 53 of the Constitution, so that the record of the House gets you right. Make specific reference to Article 53 and not 43. That must have been an error.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm so guided. Madam Speaker, this is a very serious matter. And I'm so forever indebted to this senator, distinguished from Kiambu, that you have drawn the attention of the country. Bursary and its administration is expensive, it is wasteful, and it is a conduit for mega corruption. Mr. Speaker, by the time money leaves the National Treasury to go to either CDF or the CDF that the women MP control, or to the Department of Education where the Office of the President controls some of it, there is an administration cost. And over and above that, the people involved, because Kenyans are starting to become inherently corrupt, they exercise their own little piece of corruption. I therefore propose, Madam Speaker, that this administrative cost that occasions wastage in hundreds of millions, this corruption that occasions loss of million shillings meant for bursary, be eliminated by simply all this money being left at the Ministry of Education for the Ministry of Education to offer free education. We can start, Madam Speaker, with an experiment of adding to what Kibaki had already proven, that you can make education in primary schools free. Then we add on by making it also free in secondary schools. If it stabilizes, then the next government after President William Ruto, be it after 2027 or after 2032, then that government will be able now to roll out free tertiary education as free. Madam Speaker, we as the representatives of our parents, as defenders of our counties, we want to insist that Kenyan parents are ready to feed their own children. They are ready to buy them uniform. But the other appendages of education must be borne by the government. And by the way, let the people at the National Treasury know that the money that they give out is not their money. It is public money that normally ends in the consolidated fund after realization from tax collection. Madam Speaker, it saddens me that despite the governor having funds for bursary, the MP, the MCA, the woman MP, the office of the president, despite them having that money, every Friday I go to Malinya, the first thing I meet is little children coming to my home because they know when they come home, I share the little I have to afford them 1,000, 2,000 shillings from my salary so that they can enjoy education the way my own children enjoy education. I therefore want to thank God that He has given me an opportunity to sit in this job, and I want to thank equally the government for paying me a salary that allows me to respond to these children. But when I do that, Madam Speaker, I know I'm wasting time because the population of Kakamega is 2.5 million people. So when I reach out to a handful of children, I am wasting time. I should use my time better by insisting on this floor that education in the Republic of Kenya must be made free. How can we allow ourselves to underperform relative to a small country like Burkina Faso? The young president in Burkina Faso, Ibrahim Traoré, is rolling out free education in his country. Traoré is supposed to be learning from Kenya and not the other way around. We owe it to our people. We are their leaders. We draw our allowances and salaries from their taxes, and therefore we should not be deterred. Our objective is that every Kenyan child must access education. Let the country know that the counties with the highest levels of literacy, Kiambu, Kakamega, Nakuru, Machakos, Nairobi, Murang'a, Kirinyaga, Nyeri, those same counties with the highest level of education are the countries with the counties with the lowest rates of poverty. So, educating children is a proven method of fighting poverty. Madam Speaker, I celebrate this motion because somebody once told me, I think it was, yes, it was the late Gaylord Avedi. Gaylord Avedi, Mr. Speaker, is a former permanent secretary and former principal of Kakamega High School, where I went to school. And he told us that education will equalize you boys. He used to tell us that it is the social equalizer. And he used to tell me this, and I can tell you for sure that it was great music, because in a school of 800 children, I was the only one who was walking in school without shoes. But he used to tell me, you will be equal to these colleagues of yours. And I have become equal to them. I don't want any child, because of being denied education, to fail to realize their potential, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to end this conversation by appealing to my governor that the advisor on youth affairs, Mr. Emmanuel Makoha, and the CEC in charge of education, Mr. Moffat Mandela. Madam Speaker, they move around social functions in their area of birth, in a section of Kakamega, and they read out the amount of bursary rolled out to schools in those areas. But when you come to other areas far removed from where they come from, Madam Speaker, this kind of announcement is not made. You go to Nasianda Secondary School, they're not getting. You go to Nangili Secondary School, they're not getting. You go to Lugari Secondary School, they are not getting. You go to Malaba Secondary School, they are not getting. Marinya Secondary School, they are not getting. Manyala Secondary School in Butere, they are not getting. Shitwitwi Secondary School in Butere, they are not getting. This impartial distribution of bursaries must come to an end in Kakamega, even as we fight to make education free in this country. You have seen today, Madam Speaker, in this House, the motion to agree on the module and formula of sharing resources across the 47 counties is so sensitive that it has had to be stood down for us to build consensus. We cannot be taking it so serious as to take money to govern us, then they start treating that money as their own. Madam Speaker, I wish that because the Constitution, as advised by the young lawyer, I thought it was Article 43, but you told me it's 53. This, pardon? Madam Speaker, I can't. You want to inform me?
Senator Karen Nyamu, when you want to inform, you know
Yes,
the
yes.
button to press for intervention. You can proceed and inform.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to inform, Madam Speaker, sorry. I want to inform Senator for Kakamega, Senator Boni Halwale, that indeed both articles make reference to free education being a right to every child.
It is for article?
Both 43 and 53.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, Madam Speaker,
proceed.
I have never understood the profession of law. Although my daughter is a lawyer, my son is a lawyer, but I don't understand you guys. Can you see the young lawyer, Nyamu, is unable to agree with the young lawyer, Sigei. Sigei is telling me it is Article 43, but I said it is Article 40. He's telling me it is 53, and I told Senate and on record that it is 43. Sigei, you might be a lawyer, but you did not play a role in writing these constitutions. We are the ones who wrote it. And we put the provision of the right to education in Article 43, not 53. That 53 must be... Thank you, Madam Speaker. Did you hear somebody who calls, who sells waru? Madam Speaker, can you give me a minute? I conclude. Our waru seller is challenging a son of a Changa brewer, so I don't know who to.
Senator Boni, if you had not attempted to attack lawyers, I would have given you 1 minute. But proceed and take the 1 minute.
Thank you. The Senator for Kiambu. This is very important. Members of the National Assembly, stop being myopic. You are free. Go and hang on CDF. I don't mind. But free bursary from your hands. Let education be free. I support with amendments.
Thank you. The debate on who is right, Senator Boni, between Senator Wakili and Senator Karen, will be continued, maybe at the lounge. But there is a possibility both could as well be right. Senator Margaret Jepkoech Kamal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to support this wonderful motion. I want to congratulate Senator Karungo Tangwa for giving us this piece of motion. And as I thank him, Madam Speaker, we realize that we have not unpacked the Constitution of Kenya, because the Constitution is the masterpiece of the law in this country, and we need to unpack slowly by slowly. Today, Senator Thangwa has dealt with 53(1)B. We still have other things, rights of the children, that have not been touched. When we talk of the basic nutrition, the right to basic nutrition, shelter, and health care, how do we monitor? How do we measure? I'm saying that, Madam Speaker, because all these are related and they are tied. And if we can free parents from paying school fees in primary schools, that is when we can go to sea. That is when parents can actually give their children good nutrition. But right now, we are attacking the little resources that the parents have to pay school fees. And while we are doing that, Madam Speaker, we should be aware that as a country, we have obligations that are internationally in nature. And we should ensure that we comply even with the international laws. And I just want to read one that came from UNESCO, where I used to attend. And in 1999, in fact, I attended as a representative of Moi University when discussions on free education was done. and Kenya is a signatory to these international conventions. The right to primary education at that time, free of charge, was established by an international instrument, notably the UNESCO Convention Against Discrimination in Education, Articles 13 and 14. And with that establishment, Kenya signed to it. That was the year, it was discussed in 1999, it was signed in the year 2000. Then what happens in Kenya? In the year 2001, in the year 2003, Kenya actually becomes one of the 5 countries in sub-Saharan Africa to attempt to give free education. So in the year 2003, free primary education, free and compulsory primary education was presented. The Senator of Kakamega has stated how it started. Kenya was celebrated alongside Malawi, Tanzania, Uganda, and Tanzania in the year 2004 because they had made a very huge step forward. And as I said, unless we actually implement that, the other rights of the children will be watered down. C, D, and E. Only parents who are free from paying school fees can give their children balanced food. Because where do they have to prioritize? And when you are prioritizing, these school fees issues and children coming home and crying that they are at home when their friends are in school will force the parents to pay school fees and feed them less. And that's why when we look at this motion, let's look at it in light of the other motions. And let's unpack this constitution properly. Madam, I really support this, Madam Speaker, because it is what we should have continued to pursue. The conventions, as established and as signed by Kenya, still talk of the right to free primary education. In fact, in the year 2001, in UNESCO, it was very clear that we were going towards a 2015 when no child should be at home. So the aim was to make sure that by 2015, every child can access, in fact, there was access also, because you can be talking of free education that cannot be accessed. In our country, we know that we have different geographic situations. Aside that, some people have a school that is 20 kilometers away. So access is supposed to be also looked at, because you cannot keep free and compulsory unless it can be accessed. And these are some of the things that, as we unpack this, and I would like the Senator to include access in what he's demanding in this motion. Because once this motion is done, it will be, we will take up in the Education Committee and make demands from the Minister to come and explain how we can actually deal with this. But, Madam Speaker, I like the way the Senator has gone ahead to propose to us the resolutions that we are going to give. One of the resolutions is to audit and fund, to audit the funds that are allocated to bursaries. Mr. Speaker, as a committee of education, we have been auditing the education sector by governors. And we have done only 9 out of the 47 governors. And as we discussed this, something really surprised us, that it is possible for a governor to have only 2 vocational training centers and release 700 million for bursaries. And we asked this question. We said, this thing is not even devolved. How come you don't have any agreement between yourself and the national government to enable you do this activity that is not devolved? We have been demanding as a committee that actually our sector must be addressed in terms of what is in Schedule 4. So as we told the governors that they should stick to Schedule 4, what do we hear? It's only political right to give bursaries. And we said, why is it political right? If you want to give bursaries, look for a way of getting a job where the bursaries are being given, as one of the senators has mentioned earlier. And we need to really know first the cost, because our position as a committee to our governors is there is nothing wrong with giving bursaries, but have an intergovernmental agreement so that functions are followed by resources. And we say this is new money. If you want to give bursaries, you need new money from the national government, because this is not your function. If you tell us at the county level, it is the governor who can identify the needs more than national government, we agree with you. We agree with you because we know those who are needy are closer to the MCAs and they are closer to the governor than anybody else. But why don't we do a neat thing and actually establish a relationship? And we said, COG, you have the summit with the president every year. What do you tell him when you go to the summit, if this is not an agenda for you to discuss? And this is why I really agree that if there is need, if they must give that, it must be consolidated. But the best thing is the answer that Senator Tango has given us. That instead of discussing bursaries and making children to be at the mercy of parents who have disagreed with chiefs, parents who have disagreed with MPs, because that's exactly the reality on the ground. We are being told that not everybody gets. And we got this from the same governors. When we ask them, members of parliament are doing this job and they're blaming you for following them all over. The governors, what did they tell us? They told us, you know what? MPs are a bit discriminative, or the chiefs are not identifying everybody. So why should we allow a child to be at the mercy of a chief, a child to be at the mercy of disagreements between a parent and a member of parliament? Because the positions they are giving us is that those who did not vote for me are not getting that money. And this is what this motion will free. Let us free our children from being under the mercy of anybody. And that's why I like the resolutions that, that this House is going to pass through this motion, that we really need to look at what the money is supposed to do. But more than anything, how can we free it so that we don't discuss basic education? We know that in the Kenyan law, we are talking about basic education. Madam Speaker, basic education is from primary school to secondary school. And we must stick to what we said in the Constitution. If we believed in Bomas, that it is possible to have free basic education, why do we want to shy away from it now? Free primary education, that one we signed to it through conventions, international conventions. But when it came to our Constitution, we said we want free education up to Form 4. We must bite the bullet. Let's go for it. Let's reduce expenditure in all other sectors. But let this bring equality. Just as Mandela said, education becomes the equalizer. So we don't want to discriminate at the point of developing the brains of our children, at the point of developing professionals. Let us make it free. So I really support, and as I support, consolidation is not, in fact, just it. We need to know how much money the national government has been spending. Because when members of parliament through CDF talk about these bursaries as the only thing that has been given out to families equitably, we want to make sure that through this motion, we should make sure that everybody gets it without being pre-qualified by a chief, pre-qualified by an MCA, pre-qualified by a member of parliament. It is a pity that the members of parliament are using this. For the last 2 days, that is what we have been saying. We are not against CDF, money must go to the ground, but they should not be involved in it. We need to have committees that can deal with CDF who are independent of oversight. Because otherwise, our members of parliament are not realizing that this 85% money that is in the national government has no oversight arm, because they have completely lost it and they are going after the 15%, which is in CDF. They need to rethink the approach that they are having. Yes, CDF, let's have money go to the constituency, but that money should not be run by by the MCS, if I may add to that. Otherwise, Madam Speaker, I want to support this and congratulate Senator Thangwa for bringing a motion that will enable us actually unlock one of the clauses in the Constitution that were supposed to have been a priority at the beginning of after the 2010 Constitution. Madam Speaker, with those remarks, I support.
Thank you, Senator, for that discussion, for the debate. Senator Karen Nyamo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The Constitution of Kenya guarantees every child born in this country. The wording of Article 53(1) actually puts it free and compulsory education. How you cannot make something compulsory and free, then on the other hand, peddle bursary forms in a cartel-ish style. Madam Speaker, by virtue of my connection in this Nairobi, I am able to call all the 17 members of parliament from all the sub-counties in Nairobi and get allocated bursary funds so that I can share them among my supporters. And this has been happening over time. The only condition they give is that the ID reads that they vote in that constituency. And Madam Speaker, you cannot say that education is a great equalizer. And as a country, what we have done is made bursaries the great and equalizer. Because the most vulnerable of society, who do not have connections, who are in the most dire need, end up missing out on bursaries. If you do not have any political connections, if you don't have a phone number of any politician, then you can forget, or members of his team, you can forget accessing bursaries in this country. I also happen to run and be a patron of Karen Nyamu Foundation, and often sponsors channel funds to sponsor secondary education through our foundation. And as much as I do the identification quite openly and on my Facebook page, and what I'm usually looking for is the most neediest child with the highest marks in KCPE. And after this exercise, after you're able to sponsor, say, 50 students who performed well in their KCPE in all their secondary education, 4 years secondary school education, after you're done with this exercise, instead of feeling satisfied and like you've done something, the students who missed out on this opportunity linger in your mind, and you wonder what will happen to them. Will somebody come through to them? We have cases in this Nairobi of students who end up deferring their secondary education. They go up to Form 2, and they are unable to fund due to poverty, and they drop out, and when they get some assistance, they go back again after a year. And Madam Speaker, this is not something that we should be condoning as a society. This motion is a reason why we exist as a House. It's some of the reasons why we exist as a House, Madam Speaker. The motion is very progressive. It is going to ensure that we create a level playing field in the country and to give every child a chance at education. While we're at it, Madam Speaker, as a House, we need to come up with radical changes in our system of education. It is one thing to fund education, and it is one thing to churn out students who are not ready for the job market. Mr. Speaker, our schools are churning out students who are being prepared to be job seekers. We need to inculcate a culture, an entrepreneurship, an entrepreneurial culture right from the education system, Madam Speaker, so that by the time they get to the TVET, even the attitude has changed, because right now it's even embarrassing to go to TVETs, because TVETs are considered institutions for people who did not pass or who could not be able to get the mainstream or traditional courses, Madam Speaker. And with those few remarks, I want to support this motion, and I want to congratulate Senator Thangwa, Karungo Wathangwa, for being such a young progressive leader, always with his mind at the right place. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Karen. Senator Okech Edigishero, Migori County.
I thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to be able to contribute to this motion. I think this is the most straightforward motion that I've seen in this House. And it shows very well that despite the challenges that the sponsor of this motion has had in terms of political wellness, he still have got some cadence to be able to deal with the setbacks of politics and be able to focus on legislation that can move the country forward. This is a forward-thinking motion that the Senator of Kiambu has pushed in this House that actually repurposes him from the challenges of politics that have been wavy for him, at least in the last few months. So this is very much welcome, and I really appreciate it. Madam Speaker, what Senator Thangwa is proposing here is not just an idea that could enable us to have free secondary education, but it's an idea that is, if well executed, Madam Speaker, would actually be able to make sure that the country can have free primary education, free secondary education, and eventually free university education. If our leaders are bold enough and stop the greed of managing resources for the purpose of mostly benefiting them and not benefiting the people, then we can actually have free secondary education and free university education. Why am I saying this, Madam Speaker? When Senator Thangwa started this conversation, I remember I was in this House, and he did some math, and I hope that when he'll be standing to respond, he should never forget that math. He did some math on the amount of bursaries that we have in this country, the different bursaries that we have in this country, starting from the MPs who are spending quite a number of billions to give out bursaries. Then we have seen governors, despite the fact that the Constitution does not allow them to give bursaries in the context that the secondary school, primary school education, as well as university education, are not actually devolved. They should not be spending the budget that is meant for devolved functions into national functions. We've seen governors spending not less than sometimes 400 million. Even in smaller counties that we have seen a number of senators trying to fight for to get monies, like Lamu, they spend 400 million a year on bursaries. Now, some counties, Madam Speaker, have gone ahead to spend to a tune of $1 billion in this monster called bursary. I understand the sense of access to education and how this could help. But, Madam Speaker, if you take a wave and just go and dissect clearly how this bursary is manifesting in our communities, Madam Speaker, you realize that there's a lot of seepage in terms of wastage and leakages of those monies structurally, to the extent that that wastage alone between members of National Assembly and governors in terms of delivering that bursary, Madam Speaker, what ends up reaching schools cannot essentially keep children at school. Now, Madam Speaker, when you look at the capitation that is needed for secondary education, currently it's at about 65 to 70 billion. That's 65 to 70 billion, Madam Speaker, assumes the fact that it is day schooling that is financed at about 22,000 shillings per student every year. If you do the math with about 4 million students, Madam Speaker, you realize that the amount of money that is just between governors and members of National Assembly is actually more than the capitation needed for secondary school education. Now, Senator Thangwa, when he was presenting this idea of consolidation of bursaries, brought to the enlightenment of this House bursary funds that are being managed also in the office of the Deputy President, and sometimes in the office of the President. Then it ended up being a tokenism system, Madam Speaker, that the essence of it is not access to education, but the essence of it is for glorification of the political class that are administering that bursary. Why am I saying that? I'm saying that because you can go to the defective nature of these bursary allocations in different factors, that then if you track them, you will see the leakages I'm talking about that can save us money to make the entire education problem in this country free. Right from primary school education, in fact, right from kindergarten to the university level, Madam Speaker. Let's start with the first one, Madam Speaker. The inadequate funding of students. Madam Speaker, you are invited to go to a Bursary secondary school, or you are invited to go to Makwiny Girls as a young person in this country, and then you are told that your school fee is 60,000, and then your MP gives you 5,000 as a bursary, which you have to apply through a committee that has been put together, and then your parents have to come and queue for that 5,000 for such a long time, sometimes to the extent that months pass when they're just following an MP to give them 5,000, yet this person needs 60,000 to go to school. How is this adequate funding for this student to actually be able to acquire education? It defeats logic. It defeats logic when a student who is to raise 60,000 and sometimes 100,000 is given 5,000, and at the very best, because most of the governor's scholarship, apart from only one, Madam Speaker, that I've seen that is happening in Mandera County, where they're actually doing what we call education financing for all their children, all governors are not giving anything above 5,000 to 10,000. So you go to the MP, you get 5,000. You go to the governor, get 5,000, and that's supposed to fund your education to the tune of 60,000 plus. Yet the capitation that is needed, if this was defrayed from governors and from MPs, they would actually be able to finance the entire 60,000 or the entire 40,000. So the first thing about bursary fund that I wanted to say, Madam Speaker, is that its a sense of financing education is not feasible because it's not giving these young people enough money to go to school. 5,000 cannot be able to finance people's schooling, even at day schooling, Madam Speaker. The second thing, Madam Speaker, about the structure of bursary as it manifests between the governors and MPs that who are offering them is political interference, Madam Speaker. Bursary by its nature has become a political funding mechanism. It is funded to people, for instance, who have voted for a particular politician. It's not need-based, it's not merit-based. What does that mean, Madam Speaker? It means that people who sometimes are the most needy in our communities, or the ones who have merited for this kind of financing, which is a pseudo scholarship somehow, do not get to be financed. Thirdly, Madam Speaker, is the issue of corruption. When you look at leakages in bursaries, Madam Speaker. For instance, you will find a number of instances, and I don't want to point particular areas, but if this motion is to go very strongly to get some concurrence of the National Assembly, we can give data in a number of constituencies where, Madam Speaker, you'll find that a member of parliament, for instance, who wants to vie for governorship and has got the kitty for bursary, can choose to allocate that bursary to students who are not from his or her own constituency. Why? Because it's a political financing. And then they'll use it for campaigning in constituencies that are not their own. Or in some instances, Madam Speaker, there are situations where those members of parliament can easily collude with teachers from other places and then pay for this money for ghost students and then get kickbacks from those monies. This is a leakage area, Madam Speaker, that makes sure that this money does not get to the right students. Another issue, Madam Speaker, is just on the untimely disbursements of these bursaries. The reason why I like this motion particularly is because if you consolidate this bursary into one national kitty that is supposed to just finance education system, when capitation is done, all schools receive those monies directly to them. The problem in the structure of the bursary, the way it is currently, Madam Speaker, it is dependent on the mood, the routine, the schedule, and the likeliness of the MP to give that bursary. To the extent that you will find that a student who is being given bursary today, Madam Speaker, I just want to seek your indictments whether the debate was limited. Was it limited? Was the debate limited, Madam Speaker?
Hey.
Okay.
Senator
Yeah, so
Eddie, you know the procedures in this house.
I do.
When
I
your
just
time is up, the light turns red immediately and the microphone goes off.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I wanted to say, Madam Speaker, that the untimeliness of disbursement, Madam Speaker, does not guarantee that kids and schools get this money on time. And Madam Speaker, the schools that these monies go to, at some point, Madam Speaker, they need to deal with issues of food, they need to deal with issues that need supplies. And if there is untimeliness, disbursement of this bursary, Madam Speaker, it does not only inconvenience our children, but it also does inconvenience the school. Another issue, Madam Speaker, here is the fact that if you are doing a bulk financing of education, consolidated financing of education, it's very easy to align incentives with the students' performance at schools. Because you can easily, as a government, articulate what your expectations for those students are. And we have seen this working very well in countries like Morocco, where, and even Botswana, Madam Speaker, where education funding has been consolidated to the extent that the government is very clear about their expectations for you as a student. On this bursary thing, Madam Speaker, the MPs and the governors cannot articulate what their expectation for excellence is for these students. Therefore, it becomes no investment at all. You put money because of political reasons, you give it in terms of as if you're giving Panadol to students, and you degrade their families by aligning women especially, and sometimes men, to come and get this money from MPs. But then you do not align this with the performance at school. They can't track how the students are doing. They can't track whether they are performing well or whether they dropped out because they could not be able to pay for the balances that they have. So there's no expectations at all in terms of what becomes the return on investment that we are putting by giving out these bursaries. Lastly, Madam Speaker, the idea of giving bursaries as tokenism or as a gift by a political class that has been given the mandate to lead by the people is so degrading that it actually undermines the idea of rights to education, whereby you will go and give these bursaries the way it is given currently, that is an MP who has done you a favor. It's the governor who has done you a favor. And then sometimes, because of the lack of proper criteria, Madam Speaker, there are people who are segregated because of wealth gaps. You get that if your family is profiled like this family has got more wealth than the other, then you are denied that bursary on that basis. But the problem with this, Madam Speaker, is this. Whether you come from a wealthy family or a moderately wealthy family or a very devastated family and destitute family, you need to have right to access to education. And therefore, the issue of bursary must move from just the idea of tokenism to actually a basic right to education that is enshrined within our Constitution, so that every single child can be able to actually have that right, whether you come from a well-meaning family or a poor family. You must be able to access this funding for education. So, Madam Speaker, this is a very important bill, And I just hope and wish the courage, the National Assembly members, that the way this has come to this House, as we prosecute on this issue of consolidation of these bursaries, I hope that the National Assembly will take the courage to see the sense of consolidating this fund, support the efforts by the Senate in this conversation to make sure that we make education free, because if that is the purpose for which bursary exists, then there is nothing wrong by making sure that indeed education becomes free in this country by consolidating these funds. With that, Madam Speaker, I thank the Senator of Kiambu for this thoughtful motion and fully support that we consolidate these bursary funds into one framework that can allow it to be able to enable free education in our borders. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Chimera.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute to this very amazing and wonderful motion by the good senator from Kiambu, Senator Karungu Adhangwa, also known as Manyora Express. Madam Speaker, let me first begin by appreciating and thanking the good senator for a very wonderful thought into crafting this particular motion. And Madam Speaker, may it go on record that sometimes last year in October, I stood before this House, Madam Speaker, to second this very same motion. And in my doing so, Madam Speaker, certain leaders from different areas, notably the governor from Bomet County, and the senator from Bomet County is here. Perhaps when he gets a chance, he might want to expound more and more on this. And certain leaders from my own county, Madam Speaker, took great offense with contents of the motion and contents of what the mover had moved, and my own sentiments in seconding that particular, which is the same motion, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to go on record that there is no single senator in this House that will be foolish enough to oppose the current regime of bursaries as is now, Madam Speaker, because it still affords a chance for our children to get basic education, Madam Speaker. Let it go on record, I, Senator Raphael Chimera Mwinzagu from Kwale County, Madam Speaker, I am not calling for the absolute scrapping of bursaries as is, but what we are trying to engage in, Madam Speaker, is a discourse, is a conversation, ably brought forth by Senator Langwa on steps, measures towards making sure ultimately that Article 43, Article 53, Article 55 of the Constitution has true meaning to our children, Madam Speaker. That ultimately they will be free basic education to all, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want you to underline the word free and the word all, because the current system of bursaries, Madam Speaker, as it is, does not guarantee free education to all students. Because you will find someone applying for a bursary, maybe thousands of students apply for this bursary, Madam Speaker, but hundreds of them qualify. Then you have about other hundreds left out, Madam Speaker. So then what happens to those people who don't get this bursary, Madam Speaker? Secondly, Madam Speaker, we must have a conversation on making sure that as leaders, as politicians, we try and delink our politics from the future of the young children of Kenya, Madam Speaker. It is wrong for a politician to use a bursary program as the sole political tool to campaign for office, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I was shocked the other day when certain leaders, and I won't mention names, Madam Speaker, because they are not present and they can't be able to defend themselves, Madam Speaker. They went round in funerals and public barazas, castigating some of us for calling for a scrapping of the bursary program, Madam Speaker. And I'm actually shocked because some of them were saying, Senator Chimera, for instance, grew in privilege. He never knew what it means to struggle in life. His father was a rich man. He doesn't understand why our people survive on bursaries. That is not the point, Madam Speaker. And I want to say, I have struggled. I come from just a normal Kenyan family. My father was just a low-key civil servant in Kwale County, Madam Speaker. He struggled to take us through school. I am a beneficiary of the NGCDF from Lunga Lunga constituency, NGCDF from Matuga constituency, NGCDF from Kenama constituency. Madam Speaker, you notice I used to benefit from 3 different NGCDFs, Madam Speaker. And because NGCDFs, just to pluralize NGCDF, and because my father had access to the sitting members of parliament then, by virtue of his work, Madam Speaker. But that doesn't make him a rich man in society, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, then I wonder, what happens to that young man from Kwale County whose father has no connection to even the village elder, Madam Speaker? That tells you ordinarily he or she can't benefit from this program. So this program, Madam Speaker, still speaks to inadequate funding to our students. It can be said the good senator is seeking to consolidate bursaries because I grew up without bursaries. Of course, I went through bursaries, Madam Speaker, and even recently, I think 2 weeks ago, I joined the Area Member of Parliament from Sambweni in a very beautiful ceremony when I was issuing, I think, checks worth about Kenya shillings 14 million to various students drawn from Sambweni constituency. I have done the same with the area MP from Lungalunga constituency. I have done the same with the area MP from Matuga and the good women rep, Honorable Fatuma Masito and Angaf. I have done the same with the MP from Kinanga constituency, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, we are not saying we are fighting our colleagues who are running bursary programs. But let us be truthful and honest in the way we do our politics. Let us sanitize our politics. You don't go around saying Senator so-and-so is on record as calling for the absolute abolition of bursaries. Let me remind these people, Madam Speaker, that what we have committed as bursaries, especially the county government's bursaries. I come from Kwale County and we have a very robust bursary initiative run by the county government. It used to be 400 million and now it has increased to 500 million a year, Madam Speaker, set aside for our students. That every ward in Kwale has about 25 million as bursaries in the Elimu ni Sasa initiative, Madam Speaker. And it's a very beautiful initiative because at least now I can confidently speak here that the people of Kwale have improved on literacy level, Madam Speaker. For far too long, we've been marginalized. Many years ago, 20 years back, Madam Speaker, getting someone to join the university was a celebration in my village. Even as late as 2009, when I joined the University of Nairobi, Parkland's School of Law, Madam Speaker, my entire village in Mtumwa celebrated. My entire village in Shimba at Majimboni and Tabia celebrated. And when I go to campus in Nairobi, I met friends, the likes of Karanja Kamodo, the likes of Michael Nganga Njoroge, the likes of Sami Gaita Thogo, the likes of Daniel Ngugi. And to them was just normal. I mean, coming from Kikuyu land and joining the university was a normal thing to them. But for me, Madam Speaker, it was a true hallmark of an achievement because very few of us from the coast would have a chance to come to universities and pursue a degree in either law, engineering, to becoming a lawyer and all that. That speaks to the issue of marginalization, Madam Speaker. And even as we seek to consolidate this bursary into one unitary scheme, Madam Speaker, we must be alive to the fact that we might still end up marginalizing certain regions, even as we seek to consolidate this program, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when you look at the funding around it, if you look at the constituencies, 290 of them, each setting aside perhaps 60 million, Madam Speaker, that gives you around 17.4 or 18 billion thereabout. If you assume every county has set aside $500 million for its program on bursary, Madam Speaker, that's about 25 billion Kenya shillings going into bursaries. If you look at the capitation nationally, Madam Speaker, it is roughly 8 billion Kenya shillings every year that would afford and make sure that every student, devoid of political connections, devoid of color, religion, whether he or she knows someone, devoid of being asked to kneel down before a member of parliament or a governor, Madam Speaker, is able to access education and can actually go to school for free without having to queue outside an MP's office, without having to beg a governor, Madam Speaker. And I want to call upon these leaders, because sometimes I see colleague leaders going around saying, oh, you didn't vote for me, so I can't even talk about issuing bursaries to you. I will be issuing bursaries to areas where I'm popular, areas where I got more votes. I mean, it is wrong to play with the lives and the future of our young people because of politics. We need to sanitize our politics, Madam Speaker. And this conversation, Senator Thangwa, I really thank you because it starts from here. Today we are doing a motion. This motion, Madam Speaker, hopefully will beget a legal framework in form of a bill, Madam Speaker. That bill, Madam Speaker, hopefully will become law as an act of parliament, Madam Speaker. And that act of parliament, Madam Speaker, will ultimately need to be implemented. And the implementation, Madam Speaker, is now speaking towards making sure we have free, universal education for our students. And I want to thank Senator Thangwa for seeing through that journey. And I know right now as we speak, some of us might be misquoted. They will say, oh, Chimera is back at it again. He is pushing for the scrapping of bursaries, Madam Speaker. That is not true, Madam Speaker. Because I understand we receive funds from the exchequer as our share, our revenue, shareable revenue, Madam Speaker. And it is the people of Kwale, the people of Bomet, the people of Nandi, through public participation, that have set aside these funds to be used as bursary programs. And there's an interest petition currently, and because I'm a lawyer, I wouldn't wish to speak into this or that matter, Madam Speaker, being petition number E012 of 2024, petitioner Laban Omosundi. Madam Speaker, you know Laban because we interacted many times with her at JLAC, against the State Law Office and the COB's office and many others. And it is shocking that our governors have not seen the need to join into this case, into this petition. Even as I say, senators are fighting them on bursaries, but I am shocked that they are not interested to even participate in that particular petition in Nakuru, so that they can ventilate and argue their arguments towards justifying why we need that scholarship program as it is for now. And Madam Speaker, I also want to thank the National Assembly through a committee led by, I think, Honorable Junet Mohammed. They've done an ad hoc committee of 17 members just to try and see whether they can have a chance to streamline and consolidate this education funding into one centralized unitary scheme, known as the National Basic Fund, Madam Speaker, so that we work towards attaining the steps of making sure every Kenyan has a right to education as envisaged in Article 43, 53, and 55. Madam Speaker, with those many remarks, because I know this is a very topical motion, and many of my colleagues would wish to air their views on it, let it go on record that I am not opposed to bursaries as is, Madam Speaker, but I am happy to participate in a conversation that later in the future will guarantee free education to our children in Kwale and in Kenya generally. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Senator Thangwa. Many, many congratulations on this motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Gloria.
Madam Speaker, before I even give my submissions, I want to start by asking myself, what does the word bursary mean? Bursary, if you look at the meaning of bursary, they'll give you an explanation there that it is a monetary award. If you go further to check, what is the exact meaning of award? An award is a token of recognition or a prize. Now you ask yourself, here we are, a government and our constitution, we have laws that strictly tell us that under the constitution, the right to education is guaranteed. And this is guaranteed under the Basic Education Act, where it says that every child has a right to free and compulsory basic education. But here we are, legislators, giving awards, giving prizes, giving tokens. So even just by the definition of it, someone will tell you that it is illegal, because bursary is an award, it's a prize. It is something that you are given. You know, a prize is something after you've done something, you've been celebrated or you've won, and then you have been given an award. Or it is a token of recognition. So you've done something and they say, you know, Senator Ruoba, you've spoken very well, we are going to give you a token of recognition. So what is this token of recognition that we are giving our children when under the Constitution we have, under the Basic Education Act, we have that every child has the right to free and compulsory basic education. Madam Speaker, it is on this basis that I want to discuss this motion, which I support. By the way, congratulations, Senator Thangwa, for bringing, for being, let me say, for being courageous enough to bring a very unpopular motion. Because those legislators who are holding these awards, I don't want to call it bursary because it is an award. Those legislators who are the custodians of these awards, when they hear us discussing this thing here, they are very, very upset, because what you are essentially doing is you are taking away their campaign resources. That is just the truth of the matter. You're taking away their campaign resources. You're taking away that thing that they use to go and convince the people in the grassroots that, you know, I'm working so hard as your leader, I am giving you this award for you to go to school. Yet, under the Constitution, it is your right to go to school, to have that free, compulsory education. Why would a leader then come and say, I am recognizing you and I'm giving you this token? Yet, we have it clearly stipulated in our Constitution. Madam Speaker, it is on this basis that I support this motion, because, number one, how did we get to a point where we are giving awards? How did we get here? Who generated this thing called bursary? Where did it start from? How did we get to a point where we had our children even getting free milk in school, to a point where now we are giving awards, we have bursary. We are trying to say, we are helping you so that you can be able to go and sit in a classroom and get that basic education, which is your right, Madam Speaker. That is what we should be discussing. Where did the rain start beating us? Madam Speaker, as much as I celebrate devolution, as much as I support devolution, as much as I am actually in this house, courtesy of devolution, because this is the upper house that is there to protect devolution, I want to also say there are some funny things that came with this devolution. And one of that is bursaries and the culture of bursaries. Because you have bursaries under the women representatives, you have bursaries under the members of parliament, you have bursaries under the governor, you have everyone who has some level of devolved authority has somehow managed to convince the exchequer or the people that we need bursaries so that we can go and give children awards and tokens instead of ensuring that they have their right to the access of free compulsory education. Madam Speaker, I also want to highlight the fact that, obviously, based on the budgets that we have seen, we are not, as a country, we need to be honest to each other, we are unable to facilitate complete free education from nursery school all the way to university. So it is time, as a country, we ask ourselves, if we are overly ambitious that we want to facilitate free education from nursery to primary to high school to university, okay, it might not work. Perhaps that is overly ambitious. But is it possible then to have a conversation to say, can we at least have free
primary education, completely free. When I talk about free, Madam Speaker, it is not that thing where you're told it is free, however, you have to pay 20 shillings for ABCD, or however, the board of management, together with the Parents Teachers Association, they have decided to come together, we have to pay motivation to have the teachers to come in class for 2 or 3 extra hours. Madam Speaker, let's have an honest conversation that should generate from this upper house, where we really want to push for equity, but we are also alive to the fact that as it stands, perhaps we cannot finance the full education all the way to university, but then let's talk about consolidating all these funds and ensuring that at the bare minimum, primary school education is completely free. Madam Speaker, someone might be saying, why primary school? Why not primary school and high school? You know, we are moving to a place where it is no longer about the certificates that you churn out. It's no longer about the theory. It is actually about the skills that you have. Madam Speaker, in developed countries, particularly in Europe, where I have had the experience of living, once you have that basic skill set, that basic education of primary school, and you have an idea of what you want to be in future, or at least you have some level of drive that puts you to a certain industry, Madam Speaker, then in developed countries, then what they do is they see, if this person is a musician, there's no point of me taking you through a whole other education system just to say that you finished your high school and now you have this certificate, and then you go back to now harness your creative skills. Madam Speaker, in developed countries, they give you the basic education, and then it is encouraged for you to pick up a skill that can actually translate to some form of monetary work. So, Madam Speaker, that is why I'm saying my argument would be, once we consolidate these bursaries, if we are unable to give a platform where we can have completely free education, both in primary school and high school, we should have an honest conversation with ourselves and say, let us focus on the primary. Let us ensure that in primary school, all the basic education levels are met. All the kids are taken care of equally. It doesn't matter from which region or which county, whether it is a provincial school or a ward school. Let us just make sure that all primary schools, it is free. Tuition, everything. Madam Speaker, I don't want to belabor the point where my colleagues have talked about how this bursary, which is essentially a token, an award, has been politicized. It is obvious. The moment you have a resource given to a leader who is in politics, the one thing they will do, which they know how to do best, because they are there to represent their people, is to represent their people. That's why you hear in some constituencies, someone will tell you that that member of parliament will only give bursaries to the clan where they belong. And that is literally the lists. That is the expectations that is there from the people. So, my thinking is, first of all, the whole idea of bursary is illegal. Because as I have said, Madam Speaker, the definition of bursary is that it's a monetary award. Why are you awarding children when our constitution says that they have a right to free and compulsory education? If we are being honest with each other, just by the definition of this thing, we have to all agree that, in fact, we have been engaging in illegalities. What we have been doing is we have been breaking the law. Because in one way or another, we are stifling and making sure that these children and these homes are unable to meet the financial expectation or the expectation to get to the institutions of learning, so that we can now come and award them and say that now we are the saviors. Madam Speaker, I support this motion because the very basis of this motion is to end what I call the help mafia thinking. The help mafia is the person that ensures that you remain poor, the person that ensures that you remain like you're struggling so that they can be able to come and help you, Madam Speaker. It has become a whole industry. I call them the mafia, the industry of help, Madam Speaker. And the moment we understand that bursary is endorsing the help mafia, then we are going to say, this is something that we do not support. This is actually an illegality because it goes against the Constitution where every child has a right to free and compulsory education. And then we will deal with this thing as legislators by ensuring that we are not legislating an illegality. So congratulations, Senator Thangwa, for bringing this motion. And I do support this motion. And I look forward to a period of time where not only are we going to have free education, absolutely free education, but we are also going to have certain programs like we have seen in the past, including what we saw like Maziwa ya Nyayo, because that's where we need to go back to, where everybody could access education for free. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Olekina.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to seek your indulgence with my vocals today. Let me begin by saying that I oppose this motion. I oppose this motion because this motion takes us back into the 20th century where we define the rich and the poor based on their ability to afford education. Madam Speaker, in the 21st century, we need to be thinking about how to make education free, absolutely free for our children. I long for the days when the former president, now the late President Mwai Kibaki, abolish all tuition fees and all school fees in schools, increasing enrollment in schools, and helping this country actually be able to advance to a middle-income country. Madam Speaker, bursaries are defined as a way of sort of like increasing the gap between the rich and the poor, because we politicians, will only be able to reward our friends, will only be able to reward our cronies. I've looked at keenly on the recommendations, and what the distinguished senator from Muranga is seeking for us to do is to urge the Ministry of Education to carry out the following functions. Number one is to say audit the funds allocated to bursaries by both national government and county government. Madam Speaker, I think first of all that is completely misguided. The Auditor General is the only one who has the capacity to be able to audit how much money is allocated to bursaries in county governments and national government, because the Auditor General is the only one with the mandate to be able to audit county government funds. Madam Speaker, we are having a big problem with the control of budget, seeking to be given permission to be able to see how money flows in the counties, to be able to have an eye on the accounts of the county government. If the control of budget is not being given that ability to be able to scrutinize and see, who tells you that the Ministry of Education, which is a monster and a completely different, it's a national government entity, will be given the permission by the county government to be able to edit that. So I think that is completely misguided. Number two, Madam Speaker, consolidate the funds distributed by various government entities and agencies with the aim of directing these funds directly to schools as supplementary capitation to facilitate the achievement of free secondary education. Madam Speaker, that is completely misguided. If an agency is able to give money, allocate money to students to be able to get their education, it would be very difficult for that agency to transfer that information to the Ministry of Education so that the Ministry of Education can now take that money and consolidate it to be able to fund students. The only thing which I think the distinguished senator really saw it fit, and I support that, is where the Ministry of Education can be able to calculate the cost of education per learner and make this information public for primary, secondary, and tertiary institutions. Madam Speaker, currently, if you try to do an average, it costs about a maximum of 20,000 shillings a year for a child to be able to get their primary education. It costs about anywhere between 40 to 100,000 shillings in a public secondary school for a child to be able to get his secondary education, and anywhere between 100,000 to 600,000 a year for a child to be able to get a higher education in this country. Madam Speaker, what we need to narrow our thinking in is how do we solve the problem of education in this country. We need to borrow the script from the late president on how he abolished, school fees and tuition from our schools to ensure that our children get basic education, get free education. That is what we need to be asking ourselves. We need to be comparing. We need to carry out comparative analysis, look at other countries, look at the United States as an example. And I know some people would say that's a developed country. No, it is not. It is not only developed, but there are other African countries that are beginning to say that we must prioritize basic education. Madam Speaker, we are currently allocating 656 billion shillings in education in this country. If we were to say there's no point of having this money in the CDF, there's no point of having this money elsewhere, we need to now ask ourselves, how is our system of education? If we can start, and this I want to challenge the Department of Education, or even the Committee of Education, is for them to look at how we can have a policy shift. The Ministry of Education must now decide that it is time for us to start school districts. I know when you look at the Constitution, it is the county governments are only tasked, they are mandated by Schedule 4 to be able to invest in ECD and tertiary and these technology, what are they called? Polytechnics. Primary school is a mandate of the national government. So what we need to do, first of all, is to look at the Constitution. Can we be able to change that? If my brother is trying to borrow from Article 189 of the Constitution on roles that are carried out by one level of government to another level of government, then I think the best thing to do is to go a notch higher and say, let us look at this task for basic education. Can we redefine basic education? Can we say basic education is ECD and primary education? Then we move that mandate to the county government, create school districts. When we create this school district, let us fund the school districts. Let us give them money. Let us give them government money, and also for county government money, and also we give them national government money. That is the only way we are going to be able to achieve free primary education in this country. If we keep on lying to ourselves that we can be able to consolidate funds, CDF, if right now we are having a big debate countrywide on the importance of CDF, who tells you that a politician from the National Assembly, who is the one who is passing the budget, will pass a budget that does not have CDF? There are things that we should waste our time discussing, and there are things that we should just give up and say, it is time for us to now click the reboot button and look at our policy direction when it comes to education. Are we able to change? My argument is very simple. We are not going to be able to consolidate these bursaries. A motion in this House will not be able to be implemented because you will be fighting left, right, and center. The only way for us to be able to get a solution to narrowing the gap between the rich and the poor, between those who have and who do not have, when it comes to the issue of education, is for us to go back to the Constitution. For us to be able to change the system of education that we have in this country. How we fund education in this country is very crucial. There was a time when in the Committee of Public Accounts and Investment, back then, Investment Committee, where we are questioning county governments. Why are they building secondary schools? Why are they building primary schools? Yet it is a mandate of the national government. And a governor will come and tell you, then, if the national government does not want to build, what am I going to do? And the national government does not want to build back then because it was who is in the government. So really, the only way that we can guarantee free primary education and to be able to ensure that every child in this country gets access to education, whether Senator Ledamo Olekina or the distinguished senator from Murang'a, is when we decide to scrap all these bursaries. Let's do away with the bursaries. Let us make it free education. That is the argument that I want to have. I do not subscribe to the school of thought that thinks that if we consolidate these bursaries, we'll be able to make sure that a child in Mosiro gets education, or a child all the way in Bishop gets education, or a child in Kirinyaga gets education. That child in Kirinyaga will only be able to pay their school or go to primary school, afford to have that 20,000 shillings if that child knows Senator Ledamo Olekina or Senator from Murang'a. So, Madam Speaker, I completely oppose this motion. I think it is time for us to be realistic, to see what can help this country, and the only thing that can help this country is by us making sure that all the policies takes us to a point where there's free and compulsory education. Free and compulsory education. Yesterday, Madam Speaker, we were with the President in Narok, and the President said that every chief and assistant chief, it is their responsibility to make sure that a child who is of the age of going to school is taken to school. And if that child is not taken to school, that child, that chief or the assistant chief will be the one to answer why that child is not in school. I want us to go a notch higher. How do we ensure that that child who is not in school, because the parents cannot afford to take that child in school, that child is given an opportunity to go to school? Today we are talking about SHA. We have created a system in SHA whereby we will be able to access. If you can be able to pay for you to get medical, you have to pay. If you have very little money, you pay 200. If you have a little bit more money, you pay 500. Some of us here, we pay maybe 1,700 or something like that because we can be able to afford. Can we come up with something similar to that to make sure that all those children in primary school, particularly in those counties where they still need affirmative action? Today, Madam Speaker, if you go to Narok South, you'll be shocked. There are places where children are still learning in mud thatched houses. You know, first of all, we need to, those classrooms, we need to first of all remove those classrooms, create a good environment, build those schools. You know, once we build those schools, we employ more teachers. Once we employ more teachers, send the kids there, put more money in the Ministry of Education, or put more money in county governments, and ensure if it is ECD, it is 100% free. If it is primary school, it is 100% free. This issue of bursaries continue creating or widening the gap between the rich and the poor. Those who have versus those who do not have. Those who are well connected versus those just ordinary Kenyans who it is only them and their God. So, Madam Speaker, I completely oppose this motion, and I hope that my good brother, Senator Thangwa, can be able to advance his third request, whereby he engages the Commission of Revenue Allocation. He engages other research institutes, and to say, how much does it cost to educate one child? That is a discussion, my good brother, that I'm willing to engage in, a discussion that says, if it costs 20,000 shillings, how do we ensure that if we have 4 million kids that needs to be educated, we allocate enough money for those 4 million kids to be educated in each and every financial year? That is a conversation that I want to have. I believe that is a conversation that will help this country. Madam Speaker, I oppose.
Honorable Senators, I wish to use my powers under Standing Order 34-2A to extend today's sitting by 15 more minutes to enable us to finalize this business. Senator Segei next.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for that extension of time so that the rest of our colleagues who are here can get an opportunity to speak to this very important motion. I would have wished when the Honorable Senator Olekina from Narok forewarned the House that he lost his voice and he was excusing his vocals. I would have wished that he would have extended the courtesy by letting us know that for the last 2 days, you've been hosting the President of the Republic of Kenya in your great county of Narok, where, among so many other things, you've told Kenyans that such visits were not political visits, but project supervision, implementation, and commissioning visits. And by extension, I followed the sessions that you had. You are a great host because you showed the people of Kenya the kind of projects that Kenya Kwanza government has done for not only the people of Narok, but for the rest of the country, including The urge that you made that we need to unite Kenya as one country because we need to be one, and therefore it can only be an opportunity to extend a number of projects, the roads which were launched, the institutions which, including the litter tannery that will serve many people, including those from the neighboring county of Bomet, as well as the title deeds which were issued to our brothers and sisters in Mau and in Kilgoris. That is something that I must say you had in your last 2 days, a great session, and therefore it is not in vain that your voice and your vocals definitely had to succumb. But nonetheless, you have also been able to prosecute this bill. Besides that appreciation, Senator Olekina, I, however, tend to disagree a little bit with you in this motion, because, Madam Speaker, on my part, I would like to join a number of my other colleagues in supporting this motion, because it is one of those motions that this House, through the Education Committee and even the Audit Committee, has picked a number of issues with regards to the utilization and the awards of this fund called Bursary Fund by those who are currently administering. The Bursary Fund, which is actually a lot of money, is currently being administered by the county governments, by the members of parliament, the 210 constituencies, and as well as women members of county, that is the national GAF, and also at the national level, the Minister of Education. The motion, which I must congratulate my brother, Senator Tangwa, for bringing it forward, gives us an opportunity to speak to the challenges that, despite the intention that this Bursary Fund was aimed at, it has never achieved because of what we have talked about. It has been politicized to the extent that if you're not a friend to the person administering that particular bursary at the county level, you might never get it. If you are not related in any way to a member of county assembly, or you are not a supporter of, for that matter, to maybe the MP, governor, or member of county assembly, you actually run the risk of not getting the bursary, even if you really, really deserve to be a beneficiary of that fund. That politicization is what this motion speaks to by saying, if we consolidate, we will be able to make sure that the rightful people, the rightful children, benefit from this fund, because you don't need to sing the tune of a certain political class to be able to get the bursary. When you look at how it's generally administered, Madam Speaker, the fund, well, I need to end by saying that because of time, this is a very good motion. We need to support it because it is only the best way to ensure that the rightful people benefit from the bursary, and also to avoid the aspect which I've said, politicization. A few weeks ago, the governor for Bomet, Governor Barchok, paraded school-going children in a very misguided appreciation or non-appreciation of the fact that the Senate does not oppose issuance of bursaries and support of children who are in need of support by government. It is so unfortunate that their inability to appreciate the fact that we are seeking a clear way of administering this fund, and by calling upon them to answer to who has benefited. Get us the list of the people who have benefited, get us to know which institutions have benefited in terms of TVETs.
Senator Matthew.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I will really try to condense my thoughts, and I also ask that because I've spoken to the mover, he has added me 2 of his minutes of moving, so I'll do 7 minutes. Honorable Speaker, I want
Order,
to...
Senator Matthew. Order. Just speak within what we agree.
Yeah, it's okay. I'll condense my thoughts. I'll be very, very quick. First of all, I am extremely proud to be associated by Senator Thangwa, to be from the same political formation from Senator Thangwa. This is an extremely bold move by Senator Thangwa to have this motion. I stand here to support this particular motion. Honorable Speaker, one of the things that will give us equality between the haves and the have-nots, Honorable Speaker, is education. The Constitution of the Republic of Kenya that was passed in 2010 is very, very clear and very explicit. Article 43(1)(f), Article 53(1)(b), and Article 55A they all speak to the question of access. Every child has a right to access to education. More specifically, Honorable Speaker, as Article 53, 1B, it speaks to the right to access to basic education. Honorable Speaker, the definition of basic education, according to the Basic Education Act, Honorable Speaker, is education in primary school and education in secondary school. So, Honorable Speaker, it is very timely that we speak about this question. And when we speak about this, Honorable Speaker, some people are actually saying that we are against bursaries. None of us is against bursaries. What we would actually want is access to education for Kenyans, Honorable Speaker, for two very critical things that I want to speak about. Honorable Speaker, a child from Mandera has the same rights as a child from Nyandarua. A child from Bomet has the same rights as a child from Migori. So if a child from Mandera is getting 20,000 for bursaries, Honorable Speaker, then a child from Migori should be able to get that kind of money. But using the current formation as it is, Honorable Speaker, it is not possible because members of parliament have bursaries. Governors have bursaries. Now, Honorable Speaker, some constituencies have fewer learners than other constituencies. And the disbursement that is disbursed via CDF, Honorable Speaker, is almost the same. 75% of the money that is disbursed by CDF is the same for all constituencies. So imagine, Honorable Speaker, one constituency has 16,000 learners. One constituency has 2,000 learners. And 40% of all the monies that are coming for CDF are for bursaries, Honorable Speaker. This is the first inequality. Number two, Honorable Speaker, when we try and amalgamate all the monies that are going to, and that's why I support especially the third recommendation that has been made by Senator Thangwa. If we try and amalgamate all these funds, why can't we look at how much one kid requires to get free education? There's no way we can be spending 11.6 billion in CDF money, another 14 billion in money that is being given by governors, Honorable Speaker, and we do not know how much it is that one kid requires so that they can get free education. We are not against bursaries, Honorable Speaker. But if you are to compare free education to bursaries, Honorable Speaker, then free education will actually give us the equality that you are looking for. Finally, Honorable Speaker, bursaries are being used as political tools, Honorable Speaker. There is tokenism. If you are my supporter, I give you bursaries. Honorable Speaker, what about children of poor parents who cannot be able to access their members of parliament? What about children who require the certification by their chief and their father does not agree with the chief, Honorable Speaker? Why do we put our children under the masses of other people so that they can access education, Honorable Speaker? So it is upon this, Honorable Speaker, that I actually support this motion. We must get to know how much is it for us to educate one kid. President Mwai Kibaki was bold enough to give us free primary education. President William Ruto promised that he will give us free secondary education. It is his time now to give us free secondary and tertiary education, Honorable Speaker, because it's a right. It is not me who wrote this constitution. It is not me who included it in Article 43, in Article 55, in Article 53, that every kid is entitled, has a right to free basic education, Honorable Speaker, and it must be...
Senator Veronica, and I would request you follow the same trend so that Senator Mandago can also get a chance.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity to debate this very important motion that has been brought to Senate by our colleague, Senator Karungo Thangwa. Honorable Speaker, you may notice that all the senators who have debated this motion are very passionate about the decision that may be arrived at the end of this debate. Honorable Speaker, I am confident that many of the senators who have spoken into this issue are senators who have gone through education using the public institutions. Majority of them have come from the village like myself, with the exception of maybe a few people like actually Karungo Thangwa. I'm not sure whether he comes from the village or from Kiambu town, the suburban areas of Kiambu town, Honorable Speaker. But, Honorable Speaker, many of us are here courtesy of the education we went through. And this was undertaken by the Ministry of Education through public institutions. I am a proud product of public institution from nursery school to primary school to secondary school to the university. Meaning that if during my years of growing up, I did not have a government that was responsive to the needs of rights of education to children, I may as well not have been here, Honorable Speaker. So I speak into this issue with a lot of compassion for those young children and young learners whom I meet every day in the county, in Murang'a County and in many other counties in Kenya, Honorable Speaker. And I look at the funds that have been disbursed to various offices, including the Office of the Member of National Assembly, the Office of the Governor, the Presidency, all those pools that have disbursed the bursaries into different pockets, Honorable Speaker. And when you call on the Comptroller of Budget to give an account of how much has been disbursed into the ministry, unfortunately, you are not able to get the correct figure because it's here, it's there, it's everywhere, Honorable Speaker. But we need to come to a place where now we look at a way of consolidating or pulling these funds together so that we work with a policy that is moving towards free education. And I know this has been said by senators who have spoken before me, but I feel it's important to weigh in on this idea. It is important, Honorable Speaker, that every child who wakes up in Kenya does not go back home to look for school fees. I went back home to look for school fees, with the exception of the first term in secondary school, an exception of the last term, Honorable Speaker. And I know how painful it is to lose a whole week when you're a bright student and you're not able to finalize the work you're supposed to be in school, Honorable Speaker. So I stood up, Honorable Speaker, to say that it makes a lot of sense, it makes a lot of operational sense to pull in that money, send it direct to the schools, and cut back on the time parents have to go making applications, queuing in thousands outside an office, Honorable Speaker, only to be given 2,000 or 3,000 shillings out of what they need in a school fees schedule or in a school fees invoice that could be asking for 40,000 or 50,000, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, if there is something the government could do that would become a signature of this current regime, it would be to offer a genuine free education to both primary level, at a primary level, and at a secondary level, Honorable Speaker. So I stood to say to Senator Dhangwa, this is a very good motion, the initiative is very good, and I know reason will prevail, because it is not about the politics of the day, Honorable Speaker. We are looking at how you make it, you operationalize a fund in an effective way so that the best interests of the child are served, as under Article 53, under the Children's Act, Honorable Speaker, which details out the rights of every child, and one of the rights of every child, carried from the Constitution in Article 53, down to Article 43, social and economic rights, which by extension you could read to mean education being part of that right, that then moves the child to having economic and social rights. Honorable Speaker, looking at the legislation around the best interest of the child, weighed against the politics of the day, let us choose as a house to accept best interest of the child, put the funds in a pool, send them to the schools, let the children wake up every morning in Kenya, go to school without worrying whether their fees has been paid or not paid, not worrying whether they came from Turkana or from Murang'a or from Mombasa or from Mandera. Let them walk into the schools and have infrastructure that then gives them an equalization measure across the whole country.
Senator Mandago.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to speak into this motion. Honorable Speaker, let me first start by saying I'm in support of this motion of consolidating bursaries and making sure that we have free, compulsory, accessible primary and secondary education. Honorable Speaker, this motion first is giving us the opportunity as a nation to de-weaponize the use of bursaries for political gain. And political gain, Madam Speaker, is both ways. It's both to the electorate and to the elected leaders. Equally elected leaders are always under pressure, Madam Speaker, from electorate who threatens them that if you don't allocate me bursary in the next election, you will not see the door of that parliament. You will not see the door of that county assembly. You will not be the governor of that county. You will not be the member of parliament, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, so this motion serves not only the citizens of this country very well, it also serves the electorate, the elected leaders so well, so that the responsibility of making sure that all the children of Kenya access education is left with the executive and the ministry, whose sole mandate, as per the law and as per the constitution, Madam Speaker, is to ensure that all the children of this country, as their right, access education, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we as a Senate are not against bursaries. First, we want to thank the policymakers who came before us, Madam Speaker, and thought of the good idea of bursary. Bursary has served its purpose for the time that was in place, because we do acknowledge that it had made it possible for some children to advance their education, which they would not have without bursary. But we are making the situation better by making sure there will be no application, there will be no need to see the chief, you will not need to know your MP, your governor, your MCA, or anybody. A child of Kenya at the right age would just go to school and advance their education, Madam Speaker. And so, Madam Speaker, I want to dissuade our colleagues who are using the political platforms to try and discredit a process that is actually going to equalize the children of Kenya. Madam Speaker, giving this responsibility back to the Ministry of Education, Madam Speaker, is actually creating order and making sure that there are standards, Madam Speaker, that are being followed in all our schools as part of making sure that the quality of education improves. And therefore, I fully support this motion and want to thank the Senator for Kiambu, who, Madam Speaker, I want to confirm is a villager, and who went to a public school, that indeed this motion is going to solve the problems that we have had in this country. Madam Speaker, let me say that the government of Kenya and this country will never lack sufficient resources to be deployed to education. Consolidating the amounts we spend in bursaries in the various dockets, whether in the county governments, member of parliament, the women representative, members of county assembly, plus the budget that has been going to Minister of Education, Madam Speaker, properly managed and streamlined, is sufficient without actually looking for additional resources, Madam Speaker, to make the education work. This could not have come at a better time, Madam Speaker, other than the time when CPC is being rolled out. And I want to say that CPC as a model of education is also the best thing that happened to this country, Madam Speaker. Because, Madam Speaker, we've spent time and many years as a country learning a lot of theory, and that is why you find there is very little innovations coming out. There is very little research that can impact industry that has been coming out because of the curriculum that was being implemented, Madam Speaker. And so, Madam Speaker, this ties in very well with CPC. If we make it equitable and accessible, Madam Speaker, it will develop this country across the nation. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The mover may reply.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to reply on this motion. And from the onset, Madam Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to thank every senator who contributed toward this motion. To be precise, this motion has been spoken to by 17 senators, including myself. And out of the 17 senators, Madam Speaker, only one has opposed the motion. Madam Speaker, to be precise, this motion is calling for free secondary education. This motion, and that is what was in the mouth of every senator who supported this motion, saying that we should have free education. And I call upon the President, President William Ruto, that the majority who have spoken have said that this country is ripe for free secondary education. And just like Kibaki, who gave us free and compulsory primary education, President Ruto can now make it his legacy and give us free compulsory secondary education. Because, Madam Speaker, it doesn't make sense to make free primary education
to make it compulsory and free. Then after you educate them, then you tell them, pay for your kids, Madam Speaker. If you made it compulsory, also make it compulsory and free in secondary school, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have come to learn that from the funds that I have calculated here, not once, not twice, Madam Speaker, the country has funds. And I would want to, as I answer some of the senators who are contributing, Madam Speaker, to answer Senator Ledama, who opposed the motion, Madam Speaker. And he opposed the motion because I think because of semantics. Maybe he got it wrong somewhere, but because he opposed but supported within the context. So I think was the issue of audit. When you talk about the ministry to audit, we are not talking about the auditing that is done by the Auditor General. We are talking about review, look into, research, Madam Speaker. And again, even auditing, every ministry has internal auditors, Madam Speaker. So I think they need to do that to tell us where we are at as a country, Madam Speaker. And also, Madam Speaker, if you read the resolution number 2 of this motion, we are saying consolidate. And I have to be clear here, Madam Speaker, because this is one of the issues that has confused the senator when you say consolidate. On this one, Madam Speaker, consolidate means integrate, harmonize, streamline, Madam Speaker, not necessarily putting it in one basket. I would even oppose that myself. I'm not calling for bursary to be put in one basket. Then we start dishing out the way we are dishing it out, Madam Speaker. That is centralization. And that is taking it away from the village now and bringing it to Nairobi. No, I cannot support that, Madam Speaker. What I'm saying is the money that you have for bursary, integrate it into the schools so that education can be free, Madam Speaker. And I want to demonstrate by saying, yesterday I calculated, I said MPs with 290 constituencies are giving 50 million per constituency. That's about 14.5 billion, Madam Speaker. Women reps are giving between 10 to 15 million per county. That is about 705 million, Madam Speaker. Governors are giving all the way up to 500 million. If you multiply that by 47 counties, Madam Speaker, that is about 23 billion, Madam Speaker. If you count what the ministry is giving as scholarship and bursary, if you count what the president is giving as bursary, if you count what the private members of private or corporates are giving the wings to fly, count all of them. I'm telling you the money that is out there is more than 50 billion Kenya shillings, Madam Speaker. And that is for government only without calculating the private. If we put all these 50 billion, Madam Speaker, divide that amount by 5 million students who are in secondary school today, 5 million. If we do that, every student will get 10,000 Kenya shillings. Today they get 22,000. So that will be 32,000. I mean, it's more than required for education here in Kenya, Madam Speaker. So the answer lies here by making education free, by putting all these bursaries and all the capitations and declaring secondary education free of charge. Madam Speaker, I've done my own research from the members who have supported, from the members of public. Even as we sit today, I've just received from my WhatsApp, Madam Speaker, a letter that I'm not going to read all of it, but it's a letter from the members of Mount Elgon Development Network, Madam Speaker. They have written a very nice letter that we should look at it as the Senate. And one of the recommendations, Madam Speaker, they have said separate funds for bursaries, channel to schools, and allow free and compulsory education, Madam Speaker. This is from Mount Elgon. I don't even know who they are, Madam Speaker. If I read one or two names, there is Janet Chemtai, there's Lynette Chepkemoi. It is written and signed by Kanoritach, Cherotwei, Simoto, all of them, Madam Speaker. So this tells you the time is now and the time is ripe for us to give this country free secondary education, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when I talk about calculate the cost of education, and it was also raised here, we want to know how much does it cost, or how much does one student or one child, how much do they require from Form 1 all the way to Form 4? Once we get to know how much, we just multiply by the number of students, Madam Speaker. The moment we multiply, the country will know the amount of money they are going to budget for education. And once they budget, we make education free. Last time the CS was here, said they have not calculated. That's why we are now telling them, calculate and report to the House so that both the National Assembly and this House, we are able to harmonize and make sure that education is free in secondary school, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it has been said here that those who get bursary, they are those who knows waheshimiwa. And Senator Mandago has brought another aspect. Even waheshimiwa themselves, they sometimes get threatened. If you don't give me bursary, I will never vote for you. So we are helping everybody in this aspect, Madam Speaker. We are helping the member of parliament not to be threatened. And then we are helping the voter to find education free. And I want to tell you, Madam Speaker, there are two people who pays for education. And there are two mamambogas who pays for education. One mamamboga will spend the whole day at the MP's office, or the governor's office, or the MCA's office, while the other mamamboga, who is tired of standing at the MP's office or the governor's office, goes for kibarua, or goes to just do some handwork somewhere, Madam Speaker, to get some money. It does not mean that person or that mamamboga who is paying for that education or able to pay that education is better off than the other mamamboga who is spending all the time at the MP's or the governor's office looking for money. That tells you, if we were to make this education free, Madam Speaker, everyone will stop going to MPs and go to work. Everyone will stop going to the member of parliament and go to work. And we will be voted for, Madam Speaker, or the MPs will be voted for, governors, MCA, and everyone. Not for how much you gave me as 2,000 for bursary, but how much you defended my right to have basic education. And basic education, Madam Speaker, is that primary and secondary education, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and it's also good to quote, because I heard she is a young lawyer, Senator Karen Nyamu. She said something that was intriguing, that free education is the equalizer, but bursary is the divider, Madam Speaker. So that is something that we need to tell everyone who is concerned when it comes to paying for education or funding education, Madam Speaker. And this should go on record. Senate is not fighting bursary. Senate is only saying, let's put this money in school and make education free. And we are not saying that counties should not give bursary. What we are telling counties, if we make education free, the monies the counties were paying for education, they will use it to make roads, they will use it to better the health care, they will use to pay better salaries to their people, because education will be free. So that means you won't be taking 500 million and taking it to bursary, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I conclude, I urge every senator to support this motion because this is what Kenya wants. And Madam Speaker, I take this opportunity. I wish to request that pursuant to Standing Order 66.3, the putting of the question be deferred to a later date. I reply, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Senators, it's now 6:42, and having concluded the business for which I extended the hour of sitting pursuant to Standing Order 34.2a, the Senate stands adjourned until Tuesday, 13th May, 2025 at 2:30 p.m.
Morana Kibaso Senior is our guest in the next hour. He is the leader of Inject Party. Morana, good morning.
Good morning, how are you?
Very well, thank you. Karibu sana to Fixing the Nation.
Thank you.
One conversation at a time, where broadcast meets podcast.
Yes.
Now we are going to have several conversations around, the party, Inject, the Vampire Diaries, accountability in all levels of leadership. But first, Janet is going to give us the day's quote.
I will. The day's quote today, so I was to tell you guys the origin. We'll keep circling back. It traces back to a judge in the US Court of Appeals. In 2002, there was a ruling concerning the closure of immigration hearings, and the judge, Damon Keith, said democracy dies behind closed doors. So now it was repurposed in 2017. The Washington Post made it their slogan, and it says, democracy dies in darkness. Democracy dies in darkness.
So it's their slogan?
They adopted it as the official slogan in 2017, making it the first time in its 140